One. Can you hear me?
Lisa, you need to change yourself from office.
I am.
And I don't know if you care, Liz, but
Doing it right now.
okay.
I know what you're going to tell me. Ooh, what is that? Who's that coming from? That big high-pitched whine?
I'm not hearing a high-pitched whine. I heard it.
Okay. It might be me. Okay. Hey, Laura.
Hi.
Hi. Peter, was that your point, ANC 34G07?
Yeah,
After my name? Yeah, that's what I thought.
that's what I got. I got 06.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Everybody about ready? We still waiting on a few more commissioners.
Hey, before we go live, can I ask, has anybody gotten any kind of response from Christopher Wassmer of DDOT, our contact, recently? Because I've tried to email him and call him a couple of times since I got back from vacation in August and haven't heard anything. And I just didn't know if
Yeah. No.
I haven't tried to reach anybody. I haven't
Okay.
tried to reach him in the last several weeks.
Okay. I mean, I even reached out to him and his boss. I was like, hey, did y'all have a change in, personnel? Because sometimes that happens and we don't get word.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Gore, Chair of ANC 34G. Thanks for coming tonight to our September 8th regularly scheduled meeting. And I will start out with the roll call for commissioners. And I cannot see.
You might want to call the meeting to order.
Yeah, I just did. Call to order.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
6:35.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to go from my left to right on my screen, starting with Commissioner Gosselin.
Hi, I'm Peter Gosselin. I represent District 6, which is largely the west side of Connecticut, back to Friendship Heights. Welcome tonight.
And welcome, everyone. My name is Lisa Gore. I'm the commissioner for 34G01, which is all of Hawthorne and portions of Barnaby Woods. Thanks for coming out tonight. Commissioner Fennessy.
Hi, I'm Laura Finnessy. I have 3G04, which is the area around Lafayette Elementary between Broad Branch, Utah, Western, and McKinley.
Commissioner Nagy.
Hey, good evening. I'm Liz Nagy, Commissioner in SMD 07, which is military south to Chevy Chase Parkway, west to Reno Road, and east over to Nevada.
Commissioner Sherman.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Bruce Sherman, Commissioner in Single Member District 02, which is bordered on the south by military, on the east by Oregon, on the west by Utah, on the north by Tennyson, but then it goes up into the Chatsworth Development and Oregon Knolls after that, and also up to on 30th Street.
And Commissioner Grunwald.
Yes, hi, good evening. I'm Carol Grunwald with Commissioner ANC 34G03. And the boundaries of 03 are Utah Avenue to the northeast, 27th Street to the east, Broad Branch to the south and to the west, McKinley to the north, Then it jogs north and east along Nebraska, where my boundary rejoins Utah. Thank you.
And we have one other commissioner, Commissioner Simmons, is running behind. Something came up, but she is going to join the meeting as soon as she can. So thank you, commissioners, for the introductions. Just to let everyone know that we're still operating on our typical meeting procedures. If you want to be recognized by the chair, please use the raise your hand function, which is in the bottom middle of your screen under reactions. If you click on the reaction button, you'll see the raise your hand feature. That'll bring you to the top of the screen where we can, or the chair can address your question. In terms of speaking, commissioners have 3 minutes, community members have 3 minutes. We ask that you be respectful of everybody's comments and not to interrupt. With that, commissioners, I know we had discussed changes to the agenda, so I want to move into that part, adoption of the agenda, and ask for changes. And I know Commissioner Grunwald that you had a change that you wanted to make.
Yes, I have two constituents coming. I'm sorry, two sets of constituents coming. I was told to invite them at 7 and 7:15. Right now, they're scheduled for
7 and 9:15.
7 and 9:15, right?
Why don't we move up to 9:15?
Yeah.
Could we put the Chevy Chase Day later? Or do they have folks coming?
We have a grant. That's a grant application. So we want to take that at the beginning of the meeting. But we can do right under. So what time are they scheduled to come, Commissioner Grunwald?
7, I've got one group at 7 p.m. The other group is coming at 7:15.
Okay. So we can put it right.
And I would also,
Application down.
yeah, I would also like to, since we have an incredibly large agenda that I don't think we're going to get to, I would like to recommend that we take up certain issues the next time around.
Ace, I'm all for it. Do we need to do the bylaw amendments issue this time? Is there something timely on that?
Well, I think we do because we need to pass some bylaws in order to get moving with the Raise Committee, it seems to me.
Let me add a couple of quick things that can be helpful in terms of shortening the agenda. The PEPCO item, move that to the next meeting. I talked to PEPCO and they actually not PEPCO, I talked to the Office of People's Counsel. They preferred actually to come at the next meeting. I spoke to them today. So
Okay.
we're all clear with them. The item that, and I can't speak for Commissioner Nagy, but she had already acknowledged that the issues concerning 5301 Connecticut Avenue could also slide, I believe, until the next meeting. Is that correct, Commissioner Nagy? So those are two items that can just come off the agenda and go to the next meeting. With respect to priority, the two resolutions that we have before we run out of steam at 9 o'clock or 9:30, arguably as quickly as possible should come up for discussion. I'm suggesting.
Which resolutions you talking about?
Well, your resolution.
We have 3. We have 3.
Oh, sorry. So your resolution on home rule and my resolution on the task force.
Let's see. So we have. So you can do those together.
We have the council member with us tonight, correct?
Yeah.
I'm looking for,
And
He hasn't joined yet.
I see
Okay.
Sebastian from her office is here.
right.
No, it's her specifically.
But if we already have her coming, and that's going to run at least until arguably Carol's two pieces of business come up, then could we put the two resolutions, yours, home rule, mine, task force, after Carol's, or does something else need to take precedence before we do that? I just know they're going to take a while, and I want to make sure that we have adequate time before we lose community members.
Sure.
Yep.
I don't think mine is going to take a while. I think I can get, unless there's objection, mine could probably go in 5 minutes.
Okay, all right.
Yours might take a little while, but I don't even think yours would go longer than 15 minutes. But I have no objection of moving those up. I'm
Okay.
just trying to figure out where we would put it. But we could probably put it after, you want to put it after the grant application?
Sure.
Okay.
And then I would suggest following those 2 resolutions, there's the third, correct?
Well, that's going to go. So we moved Carol's up. So
Oh, okay,
we'll
okay.
actually have all of the resolutions discussed.
Okay,
And from there, it's the potential bylaws, which is going to be an extremely long conversation if we have it tonight. The race committee members. Civic Corps update is very short. WMATA is short. The FOIA discussion is short.
okay.
I'm-
Can we put after then,
And
Commissioner?
the capital city, and I think Commissioner Gosselin said he has to do the capital city tonight.
Yeah, and I can give you a quick report on that. I've done a lot of door knocking.
Okay, I would just suggest then if we could put after the home rule resolution, the task force resolution, the WMATA bus issue, since I know some people may have dialed in for that, and it's a hot topic in the neighborhood at the moment. That was the bus route changes and impact on students' return to school.
Where do you want that?
Well, just in sequence after the 2 resolutions, unless something else has to come before it.
Okay, so let me get this straight. We have the council member, Carol's 2 issues, the grant app, 3 resolutions, and then the WMATA issue. Is that what you're proposing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that work? What's the chair?
That works with me because I know there's a community member that wants to speak on a WMATA issue and has a commitment. So that would give him an opportunity to make his own statement on WMATA.
Okay. With respect to the bylaw issue, which again is going to take a while, let me offer an alternative on that and on the nominations for Rays. We have nominations and we want to present those for sure tonight because it's on the agenda. The only issue would be whether we vote tonight or we take a look at the bylaws at some appropriate time soon. We address the bylaws, we resolve those because they will bear on the nominations or the number of members and so forth for Rays. And we take a vote on the Rays nominees at the September 22nd meeting, mentioning them tonight, putting them out tonight in deference to the fact that we have indicated that we would be addressing that. And in terms of addressing the bylaws, I don't know what the commission's appetite would be for a admin meeting next week. We can't vote in admin meetings, but we could discuss the bylaws and then prepare the ground for a vote at the September 22nd meeting so that at the September 22nd meeting, we don't derail another whole set of issues, a very long conversation. So that's just a suggestion.
Let me say this, and this is just my opinion on this. The bylaws to me don't bear on the nominations unless you are trying to limit the membership of committees. And I personally, and I know at least 2 other commissioners, so 3 commissioners oppose that, and that bylaw amendment would therefore not pass. I have no problem with taking the vote on the committee members, offering all committee members as a slate. It would take us literally 3 minutes to pass them as a slate. And then we could still have a subsequent bylaw discussion greater. But if you're holding up the vote because of the number of people on committees, it's just not going to pass a bylaw. So it's up to you. I don't have one objection over the other because I think the outcome is going to be the same. So we could move something off of the agenda, make our workload a little lighter by resolving that tonight and letting the committee get to work. We've held them up like almost 90 days. So, excuse me, Commissioner Nagy, please don't interrupt. We've almost held them up about 90 days. So I don't oppose the admin meeting as well if we want to do that. But let's just make this conversation short. Commissioner Sherman, it's your agenda item. You called for it to be on here. You have the ability to remove it or not.
Well, I would remove it if we were going to schedule it for another time. And I am concerned about the sequencing, and the number of members on any given committee does bear on, of course, on raised nominations. Now, if we approved them as a slate, we would exceed by a considerable number the 9 that I have proposed. I think this issue merits discussion. That's why I've suggested that we talk about it. So I'm giving a couple of options, as I just mentioned. You mentioned, Commissioner Gore, that you've sort of already kind of taken a vote. That is to say, you know where people stand on this, and
yeah, I know where 3 commissioners stand, and there's 3 commissioners that oppose limiting the number of people on committee.
but we have
You have to explain to the public that it's a 60% vote to in a 7-member.
Bylaw is a super majority. It's not a majority. The bylaw is a super majority.
It's actually 2/3. It's actually 2/3. And I would like to speak, please.
And you will when you're recognized by the chair. Yes, it is a super majority, 2/3, and that's 5 commission members you need to pass that. So I'm just giving you where I've talked with commissioners and where there are. Let's go to Commissioner Nagy, then Grunwald, and then let's decide on what we're going to do here and move the meeting.
I would like to move those items off the agenda today, and I have an issue with the fact that there appears to have been a pre-vote that wasn't held in public. Please don't interrupt me, Commissioner. Commissioner Gore, you asked me not to interrupt you. I would ask you for the same courtesy. There appears to have been a pre-vote to which I object. Yes, you can roll your eyes and you can make faces and you can smile smugly, but there does appear to have been a pre-vote, and I object to that. These meetings are supposed to be held in public for the benefit of the community. And by the way, that is not my machine making that note. Thanks, Commissioner Gore.
So amazing. Commissioner Grunwald?
Yes, I am not prepared to vote on any raised nominations until we have a bylaw discussion, so that's where I'm at.
Okay, so let me just say this. A commissioner, if you read your bylaws, a commissioner has asked for it to be put on the agenda. I'm not removing it from the agenda without that commissioner being here, and that's Commissioner Simmons. She's the only one that can take it off the agenda because she's asked for it to be placed on the agenda. She's asked for it with proper procedure. And our bylaws state that any commissioner has the right to place an item on the agenda with a particular procedure. And she's followed that. So it does need to stay on the agenda. When she gets to the meeting, we can ask her if she doesn't mind removing that item from the agenda. And I would also suggest that we move that item to the back of the agenda. So that way we give her an opportunity to get here and speak on that. But I think it's against our bylaws to take it off without the commissioner. So is that acceptable, Bruce? We put it on the end of the agenda to Commissioner Simmons get here, and then we have this discussion with her to move it.
Sure.
Okay. Anything else? So you want to do the same with your bylaw discussion, move it to the very end, or do you want to take it off?
Well, again, it is somewhat contingent on what happens with respect to Commissioner Simmons, and whether the commission is taking a vote on the nominees that have been presented tonight. So
Mhm.
can we, I'm saying you can move it to the end and then let's take it up at that point. Is that possible?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Commissioner Nagy, your hand is raised.
Yes, it is. Thank you. I have a concern that if we vote on the agenda and adopt the agenda, that we will not be able to change it later on. And that is the point of waiting until Commissioner Simmons joins us.
You can actually change by motion. So we have a motion to lay it on the table. That's not
I
a
will
problem.
make that motion. I will make the motion to lay it on the table.
We're not making that motion now.
I
The
am
motion
making
now
that
is-
motion now. I am making that motion now, and she doesn't have to be here for that.
Point of order.
Point
The
of
motion
order,
is-
Commissioner Simmons does not have to be here for me to make a motion to lay that item on the table.
Point of order. The motion is on the adoption of the agenda. We're not laying the adoption of the agenda on the table. So right now,
I
the
that
agenda,
motion. Don't
you're
mute me.
out of order, Commissioner Nagy.
Stop
You're
muting
out
me.
of order. You're
Stop
out of order.
muting me.
I
Stop
didn't
muting
mute
me.
you. I'm
I
not
just
muting
had a
you.
pop-up that said I'm on mute.
Commissioner Nagy, I did not mute you. Okay? Maybe one of your other colleagues did, but it was not me.
I doubt that one of my other colleagues
Well,
did. The
I
only
don't
two
know,
who could
and I'm
would
not
be
going-
Commissioner Gosselin
I'm not
and
going to
Commissioner Finney.
discussions with you. The motion on the table is for the adoption of the agenda. Now, Commissioner Sherman has agreed to move his agenda item to the end. We've agreed to move Commissioner Simmons' agenda item to the end, and all the other issues that we agreed to take off the table so we can move this meeting. We have the council member who is waiting to talk to Ward 4 community. It's 7 o'clock. And I think we are all in agreement, pretty much, to move this meeting forward on this agenda. So I call for the vote on the agenda as amended. Commissioners, by voice, all those in favor, starting with myself. Commissioner Gore, aye. Commissioner Sherman,
Aye.
Commissioner Finney, Commissioner Grunwald.
Aye.
Was that a yes?
Absent. Commissioner Nagy.
Abstain.
And who am I missing? Because I don't, Commissioner Gosselin.
Yes.
Thank you. Passes. Okay, first item on the agenda is our adoption of ANC meeting minutes. That's you, Commissioner Nagy.
It's from July 28th with
Yeah.
leave to make technical corrections. Do I have a second? Thank you.
Commissioner Gosselin seconds. Commissioners, all those in favor? Commissioner Grunwald, you're the only, oh, there you are. Awesome. Okay, great. 6-0. Thank you. Minutes adopted. Okay. Resident forum. This portion of the agenda is for residents to bring items to the commission's attention that are not on the agenda. Ron Khan, if you want to raise something, just please use the raise your hand feature. Ron Khan, you could go first.
Did I use the right feature?
You did.
Okay, thank you. And I don't mean to impose on what you've talked about in terms of the committee process, in terms of bylaws, but I have a point or two that are different than your discussion items that I want to bring up. That'll be very quick, just to alert you to a couple of things that I'm thinking. Okay, so I understand the draft is available in the committee process to review the bylaws of the ANC. I totally agree that the changes are needed to address some systemic problems. My ask is, before approval, Can the process include the Office of the ANC participation for possible approval and review? And number two, is the intent for the update to be completed before another committee is approved? Understanding we have a highly unusual real-time emergency situation that you might need to address. Those are my two observations regarding the
Okay.
bylaw.
And just to answer about the OANC review, I don't have a problem with that. They review a lot of our stuff. And most of our bylaws, if you compare them against the DC code, they match DC code. Most of the language is taken from actual DC code. So we don't usually, fall too far from that. As long as it's not in opposition of the code, the ANC has a lot of leeway to put whatever language in there that they feel they need as a body. So, but once we say, here's what we like, shoot it by Office of ANC, I don't think, that's an issue. It's up to the commission if they would do that, but I don't.
Yeah, I make the point that it could be a more comprehensive look from their perspective in terms of lessons learned and experience across other ANCs. And it may be more of a core process that would enable a better process altogether throughout the ANCs. That's kind of the rationale I've got behind that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ron. You always do pretty good on this section of the agenda. Community members, any other questions, comments, issues, particularly? A lot of stuff has been happening in the ANC. Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna go straight to the next item on the agenda, which is our council member, Councilmember Lewis George. Can you use the raise your hand feature so that you are at the top of the screen?
Under react.
There she is. Thank you, council member. And if you could leave your raise your hand feature on so that you stay at the top of the screen. But thank you for joining us tonight at ANC 34G. We definitely appreciate your presence. Know you've been very busy working in the community on all these issues that are going on. So we look forward to hearing your update. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, ANC 34G. It is good to be with you. I wanted to come by. I've been going to every ANC in the beginning of this September, because as you all know, in the middle of, we were still in the middle of the budget in mid-July. So actually, we never had an opportunity to actually talk about budget or any of that transition. We sort of went straight from budget to RFK to now this federal occupation. So I just wanted to stop by briefly and make sure people are aware. We landed on our fiscal year 26 budget at the end of August. Just want to make sure it was one of the most challenging budget years, obviously because of our 1.1 billion congressional cut. That impacted us greatly, as well as the fact that our revenue is decreasing greatly, especially because of the massive amount of federal layoffs that has happened here in the district and continues to happen. So revenues were projected low and are still tracking to be much lower than years past across the board. So there were some things that I know ANC commissioners advocated for that we weren't able to do. A few of the things we weren't able to do was Alliance was not funded, which does leave thousands without health care. Alliance is our healthcare services that supports majority of our individuals who do not have health care, individuals who may not qualify as who can be considered undocumented residents here in the district. And so Alliance Health lapsed for many of those individuals. We weren't able to put in permanent supportive housing vouchers. We weren't able to fund the child tax credit this year, which is something we have funded in years past, as well as many of our cure sites, as well as some of the money from readiness. And so there were a number of challenges in this year's budget. that we were not able to meet. And so that was something that greatly impacted sort of the fiscal year budget. I did ultimately vote no in transparency to the budget because I felt like there were so many gaps that we did not take the steps to meet. And we also overturned Initiative 82 and other things that I thought were sort of mandates from the electorate of DC that should not have been changed. And so with that challenging budget year, some of the things we were able to do, there were some things we weren't able to do. There were things that we did fight for that are good, and I wanted to just give a short list of things that I know are important to community members in 3-4G. We did add $2 million for a new elevator at Lafayette Elementary School, and so as years pass, Lafayette has had constant issues with their elevator. That is an old elevator, old building, and so we did put funding in for that. We were able to restore the paid family leave benefits cuts to both the private and public sector workers that was originally given to us in the cut in the budget. We were able to fully fund senior villages services through Department of Aging Community Living. As you all know, Ward 4 has two, which is our Northwest Neighbors Senior Village and East Rock Creek Senior Village that supports our seniors. So we were able to restore funding for our villages. And the legal counsel for elderly hotline because of those issues. We did put $9.5 million to enhance DC's child care subsidy, which allows us to provide child care services for those who are don't have the means to do so, but desperately need child care here in the district. And we were able to continue to protect the pay equity fund for our early childhood educators. And to fund some additional sweep inspectors to keep litter. So those were some of the things from budget we were able to restore. A few things you all know, we are constantly responding to the federal occupation that is currently happening. I want to thank this commission for all the incredible work you have been doing in collecting information and getting responses from community and continuing to be a part of it. We've been able to host town halls. I still have a Ward 4 federal incident report form that we are using to collect information and data and also to follow up in our meetings with our Metropolitan Police Department on sort of what we're experiencing and what we're seeing on the ground here in Ward 4 regarding federal occupation. As you all know, it has been devastating. We had an ICE checkpoint last week on Georgia Avenue. We've had neighbors all across Ward 4 who have been detained or taken by ICE in every part of the ward while being Uber drivers, while landscaping, while being early childhood educators, while being nannies, while doing work in the district have been taken. And there has been a large amount of racial profiling that has been involved in this. And that has to be named. Individuals are being racially profiled, taken, and then after the fact, being let go. And so, as you know, we are supposed to have constitutional rights here in this country. And right now we are in a space where constitutional rights are not being respected nor protected in this moment. And we just got a devastating Supreme Court decision just a few hours ago that's really going to impact that even further, in which the Supreme Court basically said has now greenlit racial profiling in a very real way. Just a couple hours ago, that decision has come down, and that was because Los Angeles was the first to file what DC was also going to file, sort of these violations, constitutional violations of racial profiling individuals and detaining them without due process and without constitutional rights. Want to make sure people are aware of sort of the work that's happening for families returning to school. We are still asking for further information, but student records are protected, as we know, under FERPA. And so we want to continue to just highlight that as well. There's organization efforts happening in DC. I don't need to tell you all, but Free DC Project and Migrant Solidarity Mutual Aid and the Way Home campaign are particularly supporting. As you know, 3 groups are being targeted most, which are our immigrant communities are being targeted and racially profiled, our unhoused residents as well. as of Black DC youth particularly. And so organizations are organizing to support these 3 different groups who are facing extra scrutiny during these times. I want to address RFK Campus Development Plan. As you know, the council passed the original piece of the deal before we went out on recess. I wanted to highlight some of the things we were able to secure that we heard from community were issues. We were able to put secure project labor and labor peace agreements for the stadium and hotels with 51% district worker participation. And so that means the stadium as well as the hotels will be labor, will be done with labor, but also have labor peace agreements for organizing and be places where labor, where workers will be unionized. And so that's good labor jobs for district residents. We were able to get more revenue. So the team will actually grant parking revenue and taxes to the city, as well as sales tax on merchandise, food, and beverages. A grocery subsidy and youth investment for surrounding community. As you know, Ward 7 has been a food desert for a very long time, and Ward 8. So this grocery subsidy is to go to actually bring more grocery to Ward 7 and 8. And then we fought really hard on environmental protections to make sure that the stadium would be a LEED Platinum certification. The last stadium to do that in Atlanta became LEED Platinum Silver certification. And so with certification comes requirements for zero waste, requirements for net zero. And so making that a part of the deal. And the team committed to covering cost overruns for stadium construction, which came up, would have it ends up costing more. The team agreed to cover additional construction. Going into the second vote, which will happen actually September 17th, very soon, we're looking at some more displacement measures, some housing guarantees, and some additional environmental protections. So that second and final vote will be on the September 17th. So please key in as we come back for recess if there's additional things you think we should be getting out of the RFK deal. As we go into the fall, my team has been working all summer on new legislation, so I'm not previewing any of that legislation as of today, but I will announce it in the meeting when we come back from recess, some of the initiatives we worked on. But things that we had already started to do work, Rental Act will be also on September 17th. This is sort of the legislation that looks at our TOPA laws across the board and tries to balance tenant and landlord some of the issues that have been happening with tenants and landlords in court as well. And so I proposed a number of amendments to the Rental Act, and I will be proposing additional amendments to make sure that this piece of housing legislation is balanced as possible. Local News Funding Act, I've been doing a recharge DPR, looking at our oversight of DPR centers. I became chair in January of DPR, and we've only been able to have one hearing because we got bogged down with budget. And so we will be doing my continued effort around DPR. And then the Housing with Integrity Act, which goes to hold landlords accountable. Sort of some of the bad, most landlords are obviously good, but there's some perpetrators like Petra who have come into our community and created housing conditions in buildings that have not been conducive for the neighbors within the building, and then also have spread issues throughout our community. And they shouldn't be able to allow to create these housing and then go buy more property and create more issues. It's sort of a spiral effect. As well as Rental Stabilization Act, the Rent Stabilization Act, which goes to deal with some of the issues we're particularly experiencing in Ward 3 and Ward 4 around loopholes that allow people to make money, exorbitant amount of money based on the market rate of what rents are being charged. I wanted to make sure I address this. I see it's on the agenda, so I won't say much, but we're working closely with ANC 34G around the bus network implementation. I will say wholesale across the ward. I have heard people have been very upset across the board, particularly as it relates to our seniors as well as our young people getting to and from school. These are things we tried to prevent in the Better Bus Network meeting. Your ANC commissioners were there as well when we had this meeting, and we said, are you taking into account the schools? Have you met with the chancellor? Have you talked to our school communities and how this will impact them? And then, of course, We have seen that implementation has not been the best as it relates specifically to our students getting to and from school. So I'm working closely with your commission as well as with WMATA to give feedback and to try to right some of the issues that have now come about with students missing buses, buses passing students, and students getting to school late as a result of that. WMATA did come in and bring in supervisors to observe, but now with these observations, we're hoping that that means changes will be implemented. Working closely with Ann Chisholm and Tracy Lowe, and I know you all have the Friends of Bus Transit and ANC 34G who are doing a number of work, but just want to let you know that we are constantly working on that issue as well. I wanted to also let you know Lafayette School Readiness. We worked closely with Lafayette. I did a tour of the school a couple of weeks ago and was able to make sure things that we had requested. ODR, the Office of Disability Rights, had come in and done an assessment last fall and made the school have to, and DCPS have to implement certain ADA requirements. And so they did, the interior ramp is now there. If you see in the picture below, that was done over the summer. The exterior ramp will be there by December 30th. The new elevator that we funded will be there as well. So a number of things are happening there. The drains are being trenched, and it looks like we have a November 1st date for the completion of the track and field, and then grass seeding will be placed on the field once the track is complete. So that would be grass seeding for the field at the track. Want to wrap it up and just say a few things. I will be at Chevy Chase Day. I look forward to seeing you all on Saturday, September 20th. My team will be tabling and I will be present there as well to be there for any constituent services issues. And so we look forward to seeing you. We are having my Ward 4 Senior Jubilee again. This is Thursday, October 2nd from 11 a.m. to 1:30 at the Lamont Recreation Center this year. This is my opportunity for seniors to learn about the resources that now become available again to them on October 1, which is the start of the new budget year. So we've done that every year, and so we will be doing that. Again, we have our Ward for Volunteer Corps in addition to sort of mutual aid and work that's happening. We use a group of volunteers to support us, and now more than ever, we have volunteers who have been helping, especially with residents who are in our vulnerable populations, immigrants, unhoused residents, anyone who needs support. We email that group and say, hey, we got a community member who needs you to pick groceries picked up. Can anyone do that? And we email the group and people volunteer. So you can join there as well. With that, thank you all. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know you have a packed schedule, so it's totally up to you. But I just wanted to stop by and give you updates as it relates to budget, the fall, RFK, and as we go into this year. I want to note that the council has hired a lobbyist firm to lobby for us in Congress. We are all individually lobbying Congress members daily. We have assignments on the Hill to protect home rule and to also deal with some of the infringements on home rule, as well as working with the House Democrats and in the Senate. And the Senate as well. The key for us right now to maintain autonomy is to make sure that they don't get 60 votes in the Senate. That would make, basically, we have to be filibuster proof. So making sure that 7 Democrats do not side with Republicans in the Senate. And so we're staying on the Hill constantly on top of our duties to do that work as well. So thank you for the opportunity, and I will take any questions, Madam Chair, if that's something you all would like me to do.
So you have a lot of commissioners with their hands raised.
All right.
And I'm just going commissioners left to right. I think that's probably the order that it popped up. So Commissioner Gosselin, then Fennessy.
Yeah, 2 quick questions, Councilmember. First, thanks for being here. 2 quick questions and a heads up. The 30-day clock on the president's executive order grabbing the Metropolitan Police Department runs out Wednesday. The mayor suggested that that the president's not going to read that up, like declare another emergency, but replace it maybe with an executive order that she wrote or something like it.
Right.
What do you think the chances are of that, or the flip? What's the danger that it seems to me that the political incentive for the president to keep declaring emergencies is so great. The political incentive for him to do that is so great.
Right.
It's hard to believe that it's going to work in our favor.
Yeah. I will say we are not optimistic that he's not going to declare some other level of emergency. But he has noted that he wants to move on to other jurisdictions and start doing some work in Chicago and other cities. So we're thinking because he has now focused on other jurisdictions that he may allow sort of this lapse in emergency here to go because he's planning on declaring emergencies in other jurisdictions, which would then have him focus on the other jurisdictions versus the District of Columbia. So we're betting on him being distracted, that we will not get a new emergency declared. But from a legal perspective, we are very vulnerable and sort of not in a good position to fight against another emergency being declared because at this moment, emergency, what is a national emergency is not defined, and it's truly at this point defined as whatever the president believes a national emergency is. And so without that definition, we're sort of stuck in a loop of endless emergencies.
We need to keep moving. The other question has to do with the budget. How much below the already low revenue estimates are revenues coming in? Because that's going to tell us just how bad a year we're going to have.
I haven't gotten the updated forecast from the CFO, but I will get that to you as soon as we get it. Our budget office is doing constant analysis, so I will get that information to you.
Finally, just a heads up. I am having problems in my district, which is in 3, but is with DPR, getting lights fixed and turned on at the Chevy Chase playground. And Councilmember Fruman and I have been at this all summer, and we still haven't made a lot of progress. I may be coming to you for some help. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fennessy, then Nagy.
Hi, thank you so much for all this work. That was a very impressive summary and a lot of work I know went behind it. I have something that I would like to advocate for in our little neck of the woods. It's going to seem small in comparison to the issues that you've been dealing with, but it's something that we were promised years ago and I think would be revenue neutral. And that would be getting some staffing at the rec center on Saturday and Sunday. We have a large multi-purpose room that the rec center was built. One of the main priorities was to be able to hold birthday parties there and rent out the space. And right now that space is not permittable because there is no staff there. But it's kind of a chicken and egg. If we could get the staff, then they could get the revenue from the permit fees that would basically make it a revenue option, neutral option. It would really be great as the weather gets colder. You know, some of our houses now are big, but a lot of them are, you know, older, and it would be super. And I would really like that to be considered. It was one of the reasons that, you know, the city put in this new building. I have a question and another comment. Question on the walkthrough for the school. One of the complaints that I've heard from constituents, and the schools have never directly said no, is that the students are being educated in 4th grade, particularly in windowless rooms in the basement. Did you tour any basement rooms?
Yes, I did.
And were the ed specs that were in effect in 2017 said that they needed to have natural light, natural windows. Did all the rooms have natural windows? Did you confirm that? Or because we haven't been able to get access to the building?
There is 2 rooms, I believe, that do not have outdoor window access, from what I observed.
Okay.
The 4th grade all of the 4th grade are all on that bottom floor. When they did construction, they put in lights and windows in all the surrounding classrooms. There are 2 classrooms within that area that are in sort of the middle area that are not getting direct light from a window. That is true.
Okay. All right. So we'll be following up with that. I've been
that is true.
more.
There are some classrooms who are not getting direct sunlight from a window in our home.
Yeah, and that's in it goes against the ed specs as well as some of the class sizes. So also just wanted to say, please keep plugging on the buses. I know that you told them and we told them, but I mean, it's a kerfluffle and we're hearing about it every day. And people are talking about having to take Ubers, they can't count on the buses. And so then it becomes a death spiral, less reliability, less ridership. The other problem is that our kids aren't getting their kids ride free cards equitably. They only give like 200 per school, which works fine if you have a 300 person school, but with, 1,700 and 2,200 kids, it literally took my now college kid until Thanksgiving to get his last kids ride free card, and which means that he was a scofflaw for several months. And I don't want any of our kids, especially kids who are taking Metro, and maybe getting in other parts of the city where there are federal officers, they should not be put in the position of having to break the law because WMATA and DDOT can't get their act together to give them the kids ride free cards. So I'd love your help there. Thank you so much.
100%. I did want to note also that we did have DGS conducted air quality testing through Lafayette in January of 2025. And the results were all hazard free. But I did hear from parents in the 4th grade this year asking for additional air quality testing, and I've already reached out to DGS for that. I also contacted Fire and EMS, Department of Buildings, and DCPS about sort of any violations that exist as a result of the 2 windowless classrooms. One is a specials classroom and one is a classroom. And so I am waiting to hear back from them regarding any possible fire and building code violations that may be a part of that. But wanted to be transparent in what I observed and saw. And as it relates to the smart card, we are all asking for more from WMATA there. They are doing 200 cards delivered. And then once a school is low, they're asking schools, once they are down to, I believe, 10 cards, to then reorder those cards. The one change they did make for us last week was if a school gets down low to 5, they would usually have to order new cards and they would come in the mail. They are now, once they get down to 5 cards, once they order them, they will be delivered within 2 business days versus hand delivered by DDOT instead of DDOT and WMATA instead of having to wait by the mail. But and what we were told is that the current cards would be active until, I believe, September 30th. As well. But we are running into issues with this, especially and specifically at metro stations where young people are being approached and asked for their card, and not having it really is truly sort of a real hazard for families. And so we're continuing to work on it. We asked the chairman for when the recess comes for specifically to focus on a hearing around our student ride free cards as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's not equitable that Jackson Reed gets only 10%, the first round, and it takes until Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Commissioner Nagy, then Sherman.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Lewis. Sorry, not Commissioner, excuse me, Councilmember Lewis George, for taking the time. You have so much on your plate and you have done so much and you keep doing so much, and it redounds to everybody's benefit. It's really great and we really appreciate it. I wanted to ask you, there's just been emails circulating now about heritage trees. I don't know if you've seen them, Casey. Trees has
Yes.
a big effort going to preserve heritage trees throughout the district, and particularly there's some displeasure about what's happening at Parkside, where heritage trees are going to be cut down. And then that raises the further question of RFK. So as you're contemplating what's going to happen at RFK, and if there's any way to undo the damage that's about to be done at Parkside, that would be great. I particularly thank you for your focus on housing as well, of course, on the federal takeover. That goes without saying. But what do you think the status of TOPA will be come the vote from the council? Where will TOPA end up?
That's a great question. Where do I think TOPA will end up? I think ultimately, it will be limited to a small subset of buildings. So, uh, I guess the mark has been 15 years versus 10 years. New buildings, within I think 15-year or 10-year period, will sort of not be exempt from TOPA. So buildings moving forward would be exempt from TOPA, for the first 15 years, I would think is where they're going to land. Probably there's amendments for 10 years versus 15 years. I think it's going to land probably at 15 years, the first 15 years, buildings being exempted from TOPA. I'm just laying the vote where the votes are right now. I think that's where it's going to end up. I think it will not apply retroactively. That amendment passed narrowly, so I'm going to hope that it stands, but I'm not sure if it will stick. But I think that will be the result of that, which is prior buildings will not sort of no retroactive buildings will be sort of excused from the new TOPA laws that are existing. I think that's where it will land.
Okay, thank you. And thank you also for your work on trying to close the loopholes on market rate.
Yep.
Amnesties, I want to say, because that's a really big problem, and it really affects the entire housing market for the entirety of DC, including wards 3 and 4. So thank you so much for taking a look at that. That's really it. Thanks again for being here. Much
Thank you.
appreciated.
The council is working on the heritage tree issue as it relates to RFK, but this was the first I'm hearing about, what was the area?
Parkside.
Parkside. So I'll take a look into Parkside, but we are considering an amendment for the Commanders RFK Stadium to address that issue.
I can send you the email that I got today that talks about Parkside. So then you'll have it. You won't have to search for it.
Thank you so much.
Very welcome.
Commissioner Sherman?
Council member, good evening. Nice to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time, all your great work. Two things. ICE is setting up or has set up shop near the horse stables in Rock Creek Park with the U.S. Police Force, U.S. Park Police. And they have closed, in conjunction with that, one of the trails that constituents of mine routinely use. And so there are two things. First of all, the constituents are first and foremost concerned about increased ICE presence and what's going to come of that, and facilitating raids in our own neighborhood, where, as you know, there have now been several.
Yep.
And also the trail, trying to keep the trail open. What could we do? What could you do? How can we work with the Park Service on that?
Well, the problem is we are sort of at the behest of the federal government right now.
Right.
And their aims. I mean, the best we can do is try to have a conversation with, Brian Joyner, who is still the superintendent right now, and hopefully will stay on as superintendent of our National Park Service. He is a Ward 4 resident. So we do curry, we got some support there. But I think right now, that's what coordination looks like. And they are using that very narrow statute regarding sort of commercial vehicles driving through to use as a means for a stop. And they are trying to get as many individuals as they can detain to meet the goal numbers that Trump has for deporting a specific number of individuals from the country.
So a related issue, come the new fiscal year, ICE is going to have a massive infusion of budget, increased revenues, right, for ICE. And that is anticipated to drive significantly stepped up activity that if they're staging in Rock Creek Park, it's not only that they would be reaching into our neighborhood, they would be radiating out all over
That's right.
Crestwood, obviously into your,
They've
our,
already attacked Crestwood Apartments several times,
right.
3 times already.
So this is something that we're going to be discussing here earlier. I mean, I've got a draft resolution proposed to create a task force here to put extra time and effort into this issue. Be very interested in talking further with you and your staff as we look at doing this about how we can join forces, strategies, techniques, ideas, resources. I will just say finally that many of my constituents, since the first 2 ICE arrests occurred in my single member district at 27th and Military and on Moreland Place, are very concerned and very worried. A neighbor just 5 doors down called me last week. The MPD was in front of her house. She had immigrant workers in her house, and she told them to stay in the house because she was concerned that they would be arrested if they came out.
Great job.
She called me. I went down, and fortunately, although the downside of this is that we had a neighbor in distress next door that occasioned the police to arrive, they weren't actually there aiding in some sort of immigrant arrest. But it just indicates the degree of nervousness, the worry that kind of
That's right.
permeates the neighborhood now. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, and it becomes for us a primary activity that just before August 11th wasn't on our radar screens. Suddenly it's become that, right? So anyway, I just want you to know we're all thinking about that, very focused on it. Again, I got a draft resolution looking at that, and I would be very interested in talking to you and your team about what we can do together and what we can do individually, and just learn from one another and respond to this because it's here to stay for a while. I got a feeling.
Yeah. I agree. We need to strategize. I think what your neighbor did was smart, like putting the individuals in her house and not letting them leave and like giving them a safe haven.
Right.
But I agree. I think it's going to more of this is going to increase, especially with the court rulings today. I don't foresee them slowing down anytime soon. We're working with DCPS around strategies, particularly for students, because we're now seeing some harmful attendance rates as a result of people being afraid to send their students to school. And so we're working on whether we'll have to institute some type of virtual options for learning for students who are afraid or who families are afraid to send students to school. But we should be I welcome us strategizing across the board on how we can protect our immigrant neighbors at this time.
Thank you.
Let me go back to Commissioner Gosselin real quick. And Commissioner Fennessy, you still have your hand up. Did you have another question too?
Let me just, this is not really for the council member, but I float this to my fellow commissioners. Given this very prominent local location where ICE and federal officers are mustering, I wonder whether we want to organize a local march to the stables. I'd be happy to talk with my fellow commissioners about that. It seems to me that this is exactly where, I mean, we will, of course, we'll keep it peaceful. We will, of course, follow, we would, of course, follow any sort of suggestions that we step away. But I do think that being able to confront this in our neighborhood would be very effective. Thank you.
I like that. All right. Thank you, council member. Any other questions or updates you have for us?
No.
You're good. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Perfect updates. Really helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And I think Commissioner Simmons, would you do the raise your hand feature? I think Commissioner Simmons is on. Yes. Okay, great. Just making sure. All right. Thank you. So we will go on to the next part of the agenda, which is Commissioner Grunwald. You have your discussion and possible vote on the public space construction permit.
Yes. So, Commissioners, I'd like to bring forward, please, my neighbors, Gary and Connie Fabiano and their contractor Dustin Roth, who are going to speak with you. But I would also like to let the next panel, Stephen and Beth Ann Siegel and the Department of Buildings, Jason Williamson, if you would just please hang on. I apologize that we're late, but this next presentation should be fairly short, and we'll get to yours right after that. So if you would just stay with us, I really appreciate that. So if I could ask Gary Fabiano, our neighbor, and his contractor Dustin Roth to please go down under the React button where it says the React, and then click on that and raise your hand so that we can see you, please. Oh, perfect. There you are. Hi, Gary. How are you?
I'm good. How's everyone doing?
I'm-
Thanks so much for the time.
Yes, thank
Hi,
you for
Gary.
coming. And hi, Dustin. Nice to meet you.
Hello, how are you?
Yes. So this is a very straightforward and very uncontroversial construction permit application for a curb cut and a new driveway. And I hope we can all agree to help get these neighbors their driveway installed as soon as possible. So the application is for, as I said, a curb cut and a new driveway in the front yard of the Fabiano's residence at 5452 27th Street. Currently, the property has no driveway. I've hand distributed an explanation of the project along with construction drawings to every neighbor on the block of 27th Street between Military and Newlands. I also asked the neighbors to get in touch with me if they had any objections to the project. To date, I have not heard from any neighbors with objections. I spoke with the owners, Gary and his wife, Connie. There are 6 houses on the block. Currently, every house on the block has a front yard driveway, except one house that has no driveway at all. Both immediate neighbors on either side of 5452 have front yard driveways. And I'd like to post some photos and a couple of diagrams up on the screen here, but I need a little assistance from Bruce. Thank you. So you can see the 5452. It's right across the street. The Fabianos live right across the street from St. John's College High School. And if we go to the next slide, we can see this is the driveway that they'd like to install. And you know what? Perhaps Gary and Dustin, perhaps you would rather explain your project to the commission.
Yeah, I can go if you need to, Gary. It's basically a permeable driveway. It's a green install. We need the curb cut obviously to get to the driveway. The driveway points to an old garage that was transformed into something else. So yeah, it works. It's great. It fits along the lines with everybody else that's on the street. So that's it. Yeah,
Thanks, Dustin.
Commissioners,
No.
while we have this on the screen, does anyone, oh, I'm sorry, Gary, did you want to say something?
No, go ahead. I'll
Yeah.
go after.
Oh, commissioners, does anyone, while this is on the screen, does anyone have a question about this diagram?
Commissioner Gosselin has his hand raised. Commissioner Gosselin, you're on mute.
Sorry. My only question, if you could move, I think, to the previous image. My only concern about this is how close is this house to, so it's not, so it's the other end of the street from Military Road. So this is not close to an intersecting street that would cause
No,
problems.
no.
Okay, that's my only, thank you.
So the next slide will show the tree protection program. I think we're good with that. I think we could do
Commissioner
it.
Grunwald,
Yeah.
let me ask the question, if you could go back to the tree protection. Is that, can you guys answer what that top level surface is? Is it concrete or is it the kind of the soft spongy foam? In the root zone, am I understanding that correct? The root zone goes out to the street?
I don't know. This is just basically a fence that you would put around. If you go back to the previous slide, There's a small little street tree right here that we're required to just put tree protection on while we're building the apron. And so this is just a standard like cross section drawing of what the tree protection plan would look like.
Okay, so there's no construction that's going to take place that impacts the tree.
No. Nope.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we're good with the next slide. Any more questions about the tree protection? No. So I guess the next slide would be great.
Yep. More standard stuff.
Next slide, please. Okay, this is the Fabianos front of their house. The next slide, please. That's their front of their house from the street. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the driveways down the street coming over the sidewalk onto 27th Street. So there's a series, all the houses, as I said, there's 6 houses with front yard driveways. I'm sorry, there are 6 houses, 5 of which have front yard driveways. There's 1 house with no driveway. Next slide, please. And this shows the house across the street from St. John's. And that's it. That's it. That much. Yeah, that's it. So does anyone have any questions, commissioners? Any questions?
Can you drop the slide first, Commissioner Sherman?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay. Commissioner Grunwald, are you ready to vote on this?
Yes, I am. I'd like to, yes.
Okay, go on and make your motion.
Yes, hi. I'd like to move that the ANC approve the Fabianos application for a curb cut and new driveway in the front yard of 5452 27th Street Northwest. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second it.
We're supporting it, right? I mean, in other words, Public Space Committee has got to issue it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But we're supporting their application.
Yes, thank you. Do I have a vote?
Yeah, commissioners, all those in favor, raise your hand. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Commissioner Grunwald, I still cannot see you on my screen, but I'm assuming you.
I'm right.
She
I don't know
raised her
why you
hand.
can't see me.
She's there.
Here, I'll raise my hand this way then. I don't know. Can you see? Well, now I'm.
Yeah, now I can see you when you raise your
Okay.
hand. I'm so sorry. I know that throws it off, but thank
I-
you. 7-0. It passed.
Okay, great.
I don't know
Wonderful.
what's going on
Thank you
with
so
that
much. Thank you
tonight.
so much for appearing. I'm sorry you had to wait so long.
No, not at all.
Mm.
And
It was
very,
worth it though, right?
Oh, very worth it. I'm very appreciative of everyone's time and the experience. And Carol, thank you for coming to the door. I don't think I've ever had anyone come and discuss anything like this before. I was super surprised when you came, so I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you so
Gary.
much, everyone.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Okay, and Commissioner Grunwald, your next presentation.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So my next presentation has to do with a very terrible vacant house that we need help with. So we have neighbors, my lovely neighbors, Stephen and Beth Ann Siegel on board here, and we have Jason Williamson from the Department of Buildings. And if you could both please go to the react button at the bottom of your screen, hit that and then select raise your hand. Then you will come to the fore and we'll be able to see you. And again, I apologize for the lateness of everything. So I've written up a resolution that I hope the ANC will pass to help these poor, our whole community really has been suffering with this house, but particularly immediate neighbors, Stephen and Beth Ann Siegel. They lived next door to a house at 5410 30th Street Northwest that, and during the past 4 years, has been in various states of dissolution. And the site is, you've seen the photos. The site, the building has gone through a series of owners. It's been sold 3 times in 4 years. Each of the owners seems to abandon the property. It's a real mess. So what I'd like to do is perhaps we could look at the photos first, and then we could ask the Siegels to speak. And then we could ask, perhaps Jason Williamson would like to, speak, and we can ask him some questions. So the house is located here where the dot is. It's one house in from Military Road, across from Little Forest. And the next slide shows that there's a document here that's posted at the front of the street, on the street here. It dates back a couple of years, but let's just skip that for the time being. And just to show that there was a recent stop work order. Okay, so the next slide. Okay, this is what the Siegels, who live in the lovely, beautiful, absolutely beautiful White House to the right of this, this wreck, they've had to live with for the past 4 years. Next slide, please. As you can see, various investor developers have begun work on this. The original house was a 1939 house, and it was sold to an investor developer who dismantled, I think, the front porch and did some work in the front yard. But the Siegels can tell you more specifically. Then it was sold again, and they took off the roof and took off the front porch. And if basically each year, this property seems to have gotten worse. And then it was sold again to another developer who never came through. So can I have the next slide, please? So one of the developers started building a foundation for a new house and just left it. It's a dangerous situation. Next slide, please. You can't see them, but there are some rafters up on the roof that are some steel supports, roof supports, and some wooden beams that look like they may fall down. There's plastic covering construction materials that are being stored on the site. The plastic is holding water, breeding mosquitoes. Next slide, please. And this is the backyard at the Siegels. The Siegels live in the White House right there next door. And this is what they have to look outside their window every day at. The place is being used as a dump. The back door is totally unlocked. The fencing is scalable. It's very short. It's wobbly. It's open. The gates are open. Kids go in here, and if you walk through that back door, literally, if you step in, you will fall right through the first floor into the basement, because I opened that door. Next slide, please. As you can see, we've got, detritus everywhere. Next slide, please. It's being used as a dump. Next slide. Yeah, so this is when you walk in the house. Next slide, please. You can see what the first step you take through the back door, that the stairway is missing from the first floor to the basement. So you could literally just fall right through. So what we're trying to do, you can go back to the full screen if you would, please. What we're trying to do is, the Department of Buildings has cited this property numerous times over the years. And at this point, what we'd like, with the Department of Buildings has referred this property to the DC Board for the Condemnation of Insanitary Buildings, otherwise known as BCIB, to condemn the property due to longstanding abandonment, extreme neglect, and dangerous conditions on the site. I think perhaps it would be best if we went to Beth Ann and Stephen Siegel, and they can explain their experiences living next door to this house for 4 years, the past 4 years.
Thank you, and we appreciate you taking the time to consider this issue. So I think Commissioner Grunwald did a good job of showing and explaining what the property looks like. Although I think if you see it in person, it will have maybe a greater impression on you. So if you go into the backyard, there's glass strewn around the property, broken glass. There are large, pieces of metal, rusted metal. You saw some of the other garbage and debris that's there. There are loose bricks there. In the front, that area is still contains construction materials. There's been very little construction done on the property. They gutted the house in early 2023 and took off the front porch. They tried to sell the house for $2.95 million. They wanted to sell it and then have the construction begin after that. As you can probably imagine, nobody wanted to pay $3 million for the house in the condition it was. That's when one of the investors bought from the other group of investors, overpaid for the house, in my opinion, and then dropped the price to $2 million as is. You can also imagine nobody tried to pay $2 million for that property. So the owner in early 2024 began construction, had a contractor come in and dig out that basement that you saw in the front of the house and pour concrete, but she never paid that contractor. So since approximately May of 2024, there's been no work done on that property, and it's been in that condition since that time. However, because the contractor was never paid, they continue to this day to store construction materials on the property. As Commissioner Grunwald said, they cover it in plastic tarps, which pools water and it's a breeding ground for mosquitoes. So we are just overrun with mosquitoes here. The other thing I'd like to point out is that the property is easily accessible. It's not sealed off from the public. We have seen kids go in there at our block party, balls and things went in there and kids were going in. It's dangerous. The cement in the front, kids can easily go over that and fall down into that cement basement, which until recently contained fencing. It had tables in there, table saws, and debris. There are also metal spikes sticking out of the top from the cement basement that's poured out in front. Kids can easily get into the back, and there are lots of high school, middle school, and elementary school age children in this neighborhood. If they go in there, it is just extremely dangerous. And thankfully, we've not had any injuries or major injuries that we're aware of. It's a complete eyesore. Everybody in the neighborhood, when we see them out on the street, comment on it. They always ask us, what's happening? What's going on? People are just amazed at the condition that it's in. I'll just note that, I've looked through the public records related to the house, and it was sold during a tax sale in 2024. You can look, in the real property database, and you can see the letter sent to the owner at the time discussing what happened with that. So we really, we've been living with the property for a very long time. We've lived in this house. We've been in our house for about 17 or 18 years. We knew the prior owners. The family had been there since 1975. They were elderly and had to sell to leave. We would just like to see that property put back into a condition that is conducive to the neighborhood, and we can get another family in there hopefully as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'd like to point out one thing that Stephen forgot to mention is that and very recently the Department of Buildings put a stop work order, posted a stop work order on this property because the contractor who's owed money, who has a lien on the property, continues to work there. What he does is he welds and he does things for other projects, elsewhere in the community. He does the work there and he transports it to these other sites. So that was just stopped through the stop work order.
And we've made several reports about that, and thankfully, Mr. Williamson got some inspectors to come look at the place, and they happened to be come to do the inspection while a person was working there all day, and so they caught them red-handed, which was interesting. That's when the stop work order went up, and we have not seen them doing work since that time. It's been a couple of weeks now, but they do continue to store materials on the property, and So I think the very first photo that was shown showed that the permit that they had expired at the end of 2024, October 2024. So they shouldn't, it shouldn't be a commercial. I mean, it's really, the contractor's been using it as a commercial space to do their construction work.
Peter?
Yeah, Commissioner, I think you've made a spectacular case, and I think we ought to just move right to a vote. I do have one question for Mr. Williamson. If my memory serves, this house has been brought before this commission repeated times, and I think I remember, at least in one of those times, the DOB or its predecessor did something, and then there was a sort of sham transaction where a previous owner sold it to a previous owner, to himself in some way. If we support kind of moving this to this board that Carol talked about, will the job get done? Or is there is there a way to end run it? And if there's a way to end run it, what's a more powerful thing to do? For example, blighted triples the taxes on it, if I remember correctly. I mean, can we do that too?
Yeah. So, Peter, after I emailed you all an updated resolution, and I took out the word blighted, Jason finally got back to me and said he finally found out that they did designate it as a blighted property. So it is officially vacant and officially blighted. Is that correct, Jason?
Yeah, that's correct. And my apologies for getting back to you, or for the delay in getting back to you. Initially it was inspected in June, and it was status as blighted with multiple violations. And then in July, there was a note in our system that said that the owner had abated some of the conditions. I mistakenly took that as they abated the blighted conditions, but the conditions that had it in blighted status could not be abated by removing trash and debris, which is basically what they did. But the blight conditions are the ones that Commissioner Grunwald alluded to in her presentation. The fact that it's open and accessible to the elements. I think Mr. and Mr. Gall alluded to the fact that it's the construction site is open. There's exposed metal. There's a number of reasons for it to be in blighted status. So all that to say that I spoke with the program manager for vacant buildings today, and he confirmed that it had been tagged as blighted, and he forwarded that information to OTR today, and that status should be updated by next Wednesday. So as you alluded to, that would increase the taxes significantly. I think class 3 vacant is taxed at 5%, or $5 per $100 of assessed value, and blighted properties are taxed at 10%. So that's significantly higher. There's something else wanted to say that just kind of slipped my mind.
To the question of whether, if we support Carol's, and we're going to support, I'm sure we're going to support Carol's resolution, this gets done. I mean, it is condemned. The thing either has to come down or has to, I mean, is there any wiggle room here? Because it seems to me that I remember this coming up repeatedly in my near 5 years on the commission.
No, that certainly predates my time here at DOB. I'll say honestly that when you ask if there's wiggle room, that there's certainly some wiggle room, because there has to be due process, and the owner does have property rights. But I'll say that, and as I want to discuss with Commissioner Greenwald and the Segals, that the BCIB process, once the board accepts this as a case, what it does is it brings in increased focus and scrutiny to the property. The owner has to come and show cause, which is to say, hey, what are you going to do with this property? It doesn't allow the owner to, the owner can no longer kind of kick the can down the road you know, kind of give excuses and say, oh yeah, well, I'm selling it, or I'm looking for some banking funding and whatnot. And the board forces her to kind of, her or him, to try to come to the table and answer for, you know, the property and what's intended for it. And if they don't adhere to whatever it is that they promise to the board, then, you know, that condemnation process moves incrementally forward. Of course, the end game is for the property to be condemned and ordered to be removed or demolished. If the owner doesn't do it, then the city can do that and charge the owner for the price of the expense. But I admit it's a process. It's not immediate.
Commissioner Gore?
Yep, I just wanted to add, first of all, thank you for sharing this. I really feel for the neighbors of that property. I can't imagine living next to that house. It would drive me and my husband insane. So that's really awful. But Mr. Williamson, I worked on the ANC Vacant and Blighted Task Force. And, you know, we lobbied to get some changes to that legislation. Can you talk a little bit about one of the things I am like kind of worried about just through the process here is the appeal of the taxes. We don't get a lot of blighted properties in our ANC, but we do have a tendency to have vacant. The ones that I've seen that were deemed blighted always seem to get out of the tax increase. Can you talk a little bit about that appeal process and I guess the process you were talking about in terms of them going before the board and talking about how they're going to get this property up into condition. What's the time frame for that? I think that might be helpful for the community just to kind of understand, even though we're in blighted status, as you said, we still kind of have a lengthy process to go through.
But I'll say that I haven't seen in my time, and the board meets monthly, and they take on new cases and review new properties every month. So I haven't seen in my time where a property, well, no, I'll take that back. I have seen in my time where a property has been condemned and it's been, you know, ordered to be removed. But that's only once. Usually what has happened in my experience is that either the owner I guess, you know, realizes the seriousness of it. You know, they don't want to, you know, lose their property. They don't want to have to pay the expense of demolishing the property. And so they move heaven and earth to try to, you know, get the property back into compliance, or they find someone to buy and develop the property. And even when someone buys and offers to develop the property, that property still remains under increased scrutiny from the board. So it's not like I could just sell the property to you, Commissioner Gore, and then you sit on it for, you know, another year. That the owner, I've seen where the new owner also comes, or the new prospective owner also comes before the board to say, because, you know, of course, before they're able to get any permits or anything, they have to answer to the board. So if I'm selling the property to you, then you need to come before the board to show cause, because of course you'll want to get building permits to be able to develop the property. And so that kind of forces both the old owner and the new owner to be accountable, you know, for lack of a better word. As far as the timeline, I haven't seen where or I haven't seen from start to finish where the property was condemned and or demolished. I'll say that in my time here, I've seen where there were properties in pretty bad shape, and over the course of maybe a year, it comes to some resolution. But you know, I can't speak specifically to what that resolution may or may not be. But you know, I think this is a good first step because again, it's going to force, you know, from what the SCAL say, and you know, Commissioner Grunwald, this owner has kind of been playing cat and mouse a bit, you know, or kind of hide and seek, you know, okay, well, I'm selling it or I'm not selling it. I'm, you know, oh, I'm going to start, you know, construction here. I'm going to get this permit and then I'm going to seek a tax exemption and, you know, kind of doing a little bit of everything to you know, kick the can down the road, as I said before. And you know, bringing the property before the board kind of puts the brakes on some of that, some of those, you know, some of those ways for them to hide, for lack of a better word.
Jason, I have two quick questions for you. Why did it
Sure.
take so long for the DOB to send this to the BCIB? That's my first question. And my second question is, it appears as though this property is no longer on the market. But if it does go on sale, will it change the status of the property in the eyes of the DOB?
So the property previously had an exemption. You can seek so from DOB standpoint, vacant is vacant and blighted is blighted. So those don't change unless if the property is not occupied, then it's considered vacant. However, you can seek an exemption from the taxes or the resultant, you know, increase in property tax. And there are 5 ways you can do that. One, if the property is listed to be be rented or sold. Another, if it's the subject of like a BZA hearing, if they're awaiting like a BZA ruling, if it's the subject of probate. Economic hardship is one, and then also the last is if it's under active construction, meaning they have a current DOB issued building permit. In the case of this property, I think they had listed it last year. They had sought and received an exemption from the increased property tax because they said that they were listing it for sale, and I think that was dated last year, April. Those exemptions are granted for 6-month time periods for a total of 18 months. So you
Well,
can, yes, ma'am.
This could just go on and on then. The owner could say, oh, I'm putting it on the market, and then everything.
Well, a total of 18 months. So that's all you get. So but the combination of exemptions are a total of 18 months. And again, they're granted for 6 months at a time. And then, you know, there are circumstances where they could, you know, seek an additional exemption, but those would be, you know, subject to increased scrutiny and are granted on a case-by-case basis. In this particular case, there are enough eyes on this collectively that I doubt it would be, including myself, I doubt it would be granted an additional tax exemption, you know,
Right.
beyond what's required by the law.
All right. Well, the Seagulls and myself will be appearing at the September 24 hearing, so the BCIB hearing. So hopefully that will be helpful, and hopefully I will have an ANC resolution to present to them. So on that note, is everybody ready to vote on this resolution?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to move that the commission approve a resolution that I've written that will need just a little bit of adjustment. I need to insert the word blighted in there again, but I'd like to the ANC to approve this resolution requesting the DC board for the condemnation of insanitary buildings, the BCIB, to condemn property located at 5410 30th Street Northwest due to longstanding abandonment, extreme neglect, and dangerous conditions in the site. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hands. Oh, Lisa, can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you, but I can't see Commissioner Simmons. There she goes. Okay, motion passes 7-0.
All right, wonderful. Thank you to the Seagulls for appearing. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Jason Williams, for appearing. I'm so sorry it took so long to get to it, but I think we did a good job tonight.
That's
Thank you.
okay.
We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner, can I ask that you, I guess the final draft of the resolution, will you be sending a copy to me?
I will.
Okay.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
All
Have a
right.
good
Thank
night.
you.
Thank you.
All right. You too.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So next on the agenda is discussion and possible vote on the grant application for Chevy Chase Day. And Commissioner Simmons is spearheading that. Commissioner Simmons, if you could raise your hand. Okay, Jason just went. And then if anyone is here from Chevy Chase,
I think Joy is on the line.
Joy, if you can raise your hand, Joy, just in case commissioners have questions. Okay, Commissioner.
Okay.
Commissioner
Yes,
Simmons?
so the grant application request is with the Chevy Chase Community Association for $1,425 to fund an ice cream truck for the community. I believe it's 600 pieces. So I would like to ask the commission if they to vote to approve this request of $1,425. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, all those in favor of approving this grant, please raise your hand. And my hand is raised to vote yes.
Commissioner Grunwald?
Where's Laura?
I see Laura. I don't see Commissioner Grunwald.
I'm raising
I
my
see, I see her. She's voting yes.
Yes. Okay.
We're-
Thank you. 7-0.
Thank you.
Great.
Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Mhm.
All right. So we got that. Okay. So I think where we are on the agenda is the WMATA.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lisa, before we move forward, Jory, I'll be sending you a grant letter.
Okay.
We'll just need receipts and it will outline the specifics we need for the grant letter. So I'll send it to you by this weekend, if that's okay.
That sounds great.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
So I actually think, and definitely correct me if I'm wrong, where we are on the agenda is now we're moving to the resolutions on the takeover and the proposed task force by Commissioner Sherman. So to start out with, I introduced the resolution, and this is on the ANC website, to condemn. So this is an overall resolution condemning the federal overreach in the District of Columbia policing and demanding the immediate return of local funds. And just to start off by saying that this was a resolution that was, oh gosh. Am I still on, folks? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my screen just did something really odd. All right.
You moved
I'ma keep
over to
going.
the side somehow.
Yeah, I don't know how. I'm very sorry. I'm gonna keep going and I'll try to figure it out once I come back. Myself as well as Commissioner Nagy are part of the ANC Home Rule Caucus, which is a caucus of fellow ANC commissioners from across the city. I don't know how many ANCs are on there. I think it's roughly over 60 or so. It's quite a bit. The makeup of the caucus is very broad. The Home Rule Caucus was started roughly at the beginning of the year when we knew the threat of home rule was underway. It's chaired by a commissioner in ANC, I believe 1A, Miguel. And one of the things that this caucus has taken on is a resolution that we're asking all ANCs to pass that basically condemns the federal takeover. So I submitted that, and just to very quickly go over some of the highlights, we talk about the Section 740 of the Home Rule Act, which permits the President of the United States to direct the mayor of the District of Columbia to provide the services of MPD for the federal government up to 48 hours without notifying Congress and for a maximum of 30 days. We discuss how President Trump invoked Section 740 and attempted to federalize operational control of MPD without identifying and the underlying special conditions of an emergency nature, which you heard Councilmember Lewis George talk about. We then talk about how many troops we roughly have in the District of Columbia at this time. So there's roughly 2,200 National Guards troops. We know they come from DC and other states. And in addition to that, we have roughly 500 federal law enforcement agents to address the epidemic of crime in our nation's capital. So we talk also about how Congress withheld from the district the $1 billion in locally raised funds, forcing the city to revert to its fiscal year 2024 spending levels, thus jeopardizing public safety, education, healthcare, and other essential public services. So our result is that ANC 34G condemns the deployment of federally directed law enforcement and National Guard units for purposes unrelated to an actual emergency and demands their immediate removal, and the U.S. District of Columbia's Metropolitan Police Department to support, and the use of the DC MPD to support these efforts. We have 6 further resolved in the resolutions that are pretty much universal across all the ANCs. We urge Congress to reject any joint resolution extending the federal control of MPD beyond 30 days and to pass legislation, including the DC National Guard Home Rule Act, to eliminate federal control over local police and to strengthen DC self-governance. That the commission employs Congress to immediately restore the $1 billion in locally raised funds. The commission supports legal challenges by the district government, advocacy organizations, and residents contesting that the statutory emergency threshold under Section 740 has been lawfully met. That the commission demands full public transparency from the White House, Department of Justice, MPD leadership, and heads of all federal agencies whose officers are deployed in a district regarding their mission, rules of engagement, arrest, geographic scope, anticipated duration of their federal control order. We, at the urging of a community member, Chris Faden, we separated a paragraph on masking. And this paragraph specifically states, insists that any law enforcement officer, to include federal agents exercising authority to arrest, detain, or question people, are not masked, that they wear uniforms or clothing that fully identifies their agency, and that they wear or provide name identification. So that's the resolution that basically condemns this whole process. And right now, I think we have roughly, we have a lot of ANCs that have passed it. We're probably going on 30. There's some ANCs that are voting on it tonight, and the few ANCs that are going to be voting on it within the coming week or so. We also have scheduled, or they have scheduled, the Home Rule Caucus joint meetings with the Hill, so Congress and Senate, to actually present the different resolutions. So we're combining them as a package. So our resolution would go to the council. There's a list of Congress that we're sending the resolution to, but it would be combined with the resolutions of all the ANCs across the city, which is a really powerful statement. And I believe members of the Home Rule Caucus, as well as Free DC, members of our council, have scheduled meetings. I think the last one was today. So unfortunately, we as an ANC missed that, but they went up on the Hill. Commissioner Nagy, what were you saying?
I apologize. I didn't realize I wasn't muted. I think it was at the same time as our meeting.
Right.
That's why we're not here. Yeah.
Same time as a meeting, and then I think they had one or 2 days prior to this. So that's the resolution. I think is very well written. Hopefully all the commissioners have had a chance to read it, and I know some community members have read it because they've sent in comments. So I thank you for doing that. Are there any questions from commissioners or community members on the resolution? Okay. Seeing none, I am going to move that we adopt the resolution as read and as amended. Is there a second? Second.
Sorry, I would second it, but I would like to make one little change
Yes.
to the resolution. In the paragraph to be it further resolved, I would just like to add public safety in front of education.
What, can you give me the paragraph number?
2, be it further resolved, paragraph 2, implores Congress to immediately restore the $1 billion in locally raised funds so that local leadership can ensure the investments prioritize community needs, including, I'd just like to stick in public safety, comma, education.
Got it.
Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Public safety. Would you like to take, I think we should just strict redact or take out including. So prioritize community needs. Oh, including public safety.
Right.
That's what you're saying. Okay, I got it.
Yes, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Because I'd like to highlight the fact that with that, not releasing the 1.1 actually billion dollars in funds is impinging on the district's ability to do its public safety thing. We don't have the funds thanks to this withholding.
Okay. So that, just for the commission's clarity, be it resolved, further resolved, paragraph 2 would read, implores Congress to immediately restore the $1 billion in locally raised funds to the district's budget so that local leadership can ensure that investments prioritize community needs, comma, including public safety, education, workforce development, healthcare, and other critical services that allow families and neighborhoods to thrive. All right, thank you. Any other friendly amendments? Okay, so I will accept that as a friendly amendment and make that in the final draft. Commissioners, all those in favor, please raise your hands. 7-0. Thank you, commissioners. All right, thank you so much. And Commissioner Sherman, you're up next with the proposed task force.
Right. So the let me rewind the tape a bit to August 11th, when the federal government imposed the federal forces on local law enforcement and began the immigration crackdown. It obviously shocked everyone here, took everyone by surprise. And 6 days later, to gauge the sense of my community, my single member district, I launched a survey on the takeover, knowing the public mind, which ultimately nearly 500 people in the community took. It ran from the 17th to the 27th of August. And I'll come back to that in 1 second, because it's provided a wealth of information that's informed this resolution and the work to be done. On the 19th of August, I hosted the first of several Zoom meetings to help my residents understand their rights and responsibilities, primarily at the time, should they choose to engage in some type of public demonstration. Obviously, when people go now with the National Guard troops present and with federal law enforcement present and MPD present, they're very skittish and very nervous. They don't understand their rights and responsibilities. So that Zoom brought together the executive director of the DC office of the ACLU, one of the board members of the League of Women Voters, several of the staff from Ward 3 Free DC, and we spent an hour and a half about rights and responsibilities to help our neighbors understand that. And about 100 neighbors participated. Various commissioners here, Gosselin, Grunwald, Nagy, were present for that. The very next morning, we had the first immigrant arrest at 27th and Military. And this has now become fairly well known here in terms of the circumstance. A landscaping crew was driving along on Military Road, and they were approached by a U.S. Park Police vehicle. They were identified only, they believe, because of their appearance, being Latinos, brown skinned. They were pulled over, and in the course of the immediate sort of interrogation, the driver of the vehicle was a U.S. citizen. He had ID, and he expressed his interest and concern about why he had been arrested, why they'd been stopped, and there was no explanation given for that. ICE shows up and very quickly thereafter pull the co-worker from the passenger side out of the car, throw him on the ground, and arrest him. He didn't have documents. No one knows where he is at the moment. So that happened the day after this first Zoom meeting, which immediately brought home the trauma that our immigrant workers in our neighborhood feel. They're worried, they're concerned, the threat that they're under. And it also alarmed many of my constituents and everyone who's traveling along Military Road, because it was at 8:15 in the morning during rush hour. People saw this happen. Many people videoed it. And so in the aftermath of that, my survey's running. I've already had one Zoom. I organized another Zoom for the 25th of August to bring the driver of the vehicle, Cesar, first name only, and several of the eyewitnesses who had taken video together to talk about what actually happens during such an arrest, because our neighbors don't know. And about 150, 60 people participated in that Zoom. During the interim between those two Zoom meetings and after the first arrest on August 20th, there was a second arrest in my single member district on Moreland Place. A roofing contracting company was at Karen Bateman's home on Moreland Place doing their work, and an unmarked ICE vehicle pulls up. There's no U.S. Park Police, there's no MPD, it's an ICE vehicle. And they approach the workers who are on the ground, they're not on the roof, and video captured from a neighbor shows this scene. And a worker who is undocumented and concerned, frightened, flees from the scene, and the video shows him fleeing, and then they show the ICE officials chasing him, and he was arrested and taken away. So those two circumstances occurred, the 20th and 22nd arrests, detentions and arrests, and then the Zoom meetings. And what all this has brought home for our community is that, as we know, we're all here feeling our neighbors are worried, they're frightened. Our immigrant workers are terrified by what's happening. Many of them are staying away. Many of them are refusing to go to work. And as a consequence, the impacts on our community are profound. So the circumstance here of the last 3.5, nearly 4 weeks that I've been involved in this, and with colleague commissioners at the same time, has led to my draft proposal that we dedicate the requisite time, attention, effort to serving our community, serving our neighbors in terms of their understanding their rights and responsibilities, serving our immigrant workers in terms of helping them stay informed, stay aware of their rights, providing whatever assistance we can with them through different immigrant organizations that serve them, and simply meet the moment, be present, be active, and work to do what the resolution calls for, which is, to keep residents abreast of developments. As I just reported to you, what's happening in Rock Creek Park right now with the staging ground that's just come about, the notice went up for that on August 28th. There's going to be increased activity. We don't know through local reporting all that's happening. We know from what neighbors tell us and how we can report to our neighbors to advise, again, our residents on their rights and responsibilities, aid immigrant workers in need of assistance, liaise with their support groups, advise the DC Council and the Mayor's Office on community responses, and organize and identify opportunities for our neighbors to participate in civic engagement. Now, these are tasks, and this is work that is in addition to everything we are currently doing to serve our constituents. We're all very busy every single day. A task force is, by definition, to focus on a task or a set of related tasks. And our bylaws, obviously, and DC code allows for the creation of task forces. So given the circumstances at hand, given the demands that we are currently under to respond to the needs of our constituents, I'm proposing that we set up this task force. Now, many of you have already weighed in. I've published on the listserv. People have commented on the listserv. Commissioner Jocelyn and I exchanged notes today on this. I want to address a couple of things before we get into what this might look like, the modalities, and then talk about how we might do this. I want to be clear, and this gets to the point Commissioner Gosselin made. Creating a task force is not outsourcing the responsibility. As we know, task forces have no delegated authority. The only thing that a task force can do is organize the work, make a recommendation to the commission. The commission has to look at that, review it, and approve it. So there isn't any independent action that's going to be taken by a task force. The working within our current structure, liaising with the Racial and Social Equity Committee is something that I have acknowledged, I think is a great idea, particularly on this question of profiling immigrant workers and others. So I think that we have an ability to liaise with RAISE on this and work together. What I think is that, again, with respect to the work to be done, there are, and I've learned this over this last month of work, many, many different tasks than any part of our commission right now is set up to do. And hence we need to do this. Finally, I would say this, that through the work that I've done, the survey that reached 500 people, the Zooms that I've done, I've already developed a proprietary or custom contact network of about 460 people. And those are people that have expressed an interest. They want to be involved, they want to be engaged, they want to be informed, residents and neighbors of ours, to provide an ability to communicate with people, but as important, network with them to get their ideas, get their recommendations to help this task force do its work in a way that is constantly in touch with the people that we're serving. So that's the basic setup and rationale. In terms of how we would make this work, again, I've laid this out in the resolution. Establish the task force, be chaired by a commissioner, commission area residents. I would envision this to be a relatively small group, all told 5 people or so, not a large, not unwieldy, something that's easy to manage. That we would look at recruiting those people to be part of the task force for commission approval at the September 22nd meeting. So this would happen quickly, as I think it needs to happen quickly. And that we would look at developing an action plan for commission review and approval also at the September 22nd meeting. Again, I've already flagged that when ICE gets its new fiscal year funding, there's going to be a dramatic, everyone anticipates, step up increase of activity. So the urgency to get this set up is right before us. There would be regular reporting, of course, and the task force would abide by all of the provisions in our bylaws and DC code with regard to delegation of authorities and all that stuff. So that's essentially the idea. Now, the final thing is, the world I come from, if you propose something and recommend a course of action, be prepared to volunteer to help drive it. Don't ask somebody else to do it. Put your own sort of sweat equity into it. I've done that, and I'm prepared to lead this. I would say this, that from my experience working on the commission and in anticipation of a group really small, one chair person running this would suffice to manage the activity. And we can talk a lot about our experience on the commission, size and scope of task forces and commission and committees if we'd like on this. But that's essentially the idea. And again, some of you already weighed in, so feel free now to offer your thoughts.
Commissioner Gosselin.
Well, let me start by saying the question that I think is before us is not whether what is happening in this city as a result of what the president did August 11th is terrible. The question also is not whether Commissioner Sherman has immense energy and concern and has done a real public service in those the survey and in the 3 Zooms, particularly the Zoom that brought us the video that really gave us a granular sense of what some of those detentions, those abductions were like. The question is how we work together. And I know that several of my colleagues on this commission have substantial distrust of me. Indeed, this afternoon, Bruce had such distrust of my assessment of the way this commission is operating this year that he said that this distrust issue is purely in my mind. It is a post he put on the listserv, which shows a certain distrust of my assessment of things. Similarly, I wish I could believe that I was not delegating responsibility for responding to this terrible situation, which all of us are facing, by approving a task force that Bruce chairs. But there have been a number of issues. There have been many issues where this commission, where we had a nascent consensus on things that Bruce sought leadership and sought to lead, to use as leverage on other issues that are very important to him. And I'm sufficiently concerned about that. I mean, let me just give one, although I don't want to reprise the entire argument. Last summer, this commission, I think, had a reasonable consensus about the concern about PFASs and microplastics. And we could have easily voted on something that would have had us asking the city to do more, et cetera, et cetera. But Bruce insisted that it be pointed at Murray. Now, our views on the Murray project are all over the place, but my concern here is similar. That is an example of an issue that we could have come to consensus on that took us essentially the whole summer. And so I will oppose the creation of this. I do not oppose our responding strongly. At the beginning, early in this meeting, I suggested one rather aggressive move that we could take in terms of confronting people at the stable in the national park, right in our neighborhood. But I do think that I think that we should do this together as a commission. I don't think we need a task force. If there is a task force, I think we need to be realistic about how we can trust that it operates. And so my second choice, it's not my first choice, is that there be co-chairs. It's a little thing, but in Bruce's presentation, he talked about a proprietary network of contacts. If you're working together collegially, that shouldn't be proprietary. And so I asked my fellow commissioners, recognizing the way we've behaved with each other over this year, either let's just do this together on an issue that all of us agree is terrible and we need to respond to, or if the majority wants to goes with the creation of this task force, I beg you to appoint co-chairs. Thank you.
Let me just offer kind of a brief response to what Peter said, and I posted this on the listserv. The mindset issue, Peter, isn't that it's in your mind merely, it's that the overlay onto the activity I've been engaged in since October 11th just doesn't fit. And I have to tell you, as I indicated in my post, watch the Zooms that you participated in them. And I invite any of the commissioners, this is all on public view. If anyone sees any semblance, modicum of division, modicum of anything other than a sense of public spiritedness to serve our community, point it out to me. That's the reality. I'd also say this, that we live in two worlds. We live in the world of this commission, what we're doing right now, and then we live in the world of our constituencies. And they're very different worlds. We talk about divisions, we talk about this, we talk about the other. None of this matters to our constituents. They could care less about this. And the more we talk about it, the more we dwell on it, the more we use it to drive how we determine what we do, the more we're falling prey to a microscopic inside the commission bubble that bears no resemblance to the reality in the world. And, we're out there every single day, these Zoom meetings and so forth, just watch people respond. People have been deeply appreciative. I've gotten dozens and dozens of email from people on this. And so it just strikes me that our fixation on our supposed divisions and what we do and how we do it and who's doing this and who's doing that is just massively getting in the way.
Could I just respond quickly to that, which is I absolutely agree with you. That's why I have such problems with all of these, the arguments we have over administrative and procedural stuff, including an argument that we're apparently going to have over changing the bylaws. I think this is insider baseball to a fare thee well. With regard to the Zooms, look, they were very good. I've tried repeatedly to say that. So were your Zooms on microplastics and PFASs. But look where the issue went. An entire summer devoted to it, where we had an agreement. So that's where my concern arises.
Okay, Peter, we could go back and relitigate that PFAS thing. I just dramatically disagree with you on the details of that, but let's don't dwell on that. I know the various people want to speak. I think Claudia was up.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I hope everyone has the sense of urgency that Bruce is presenting. 56,945 people have been detained, deported, or disappeared between January and the end of July. That is a massive number of people. In DC alone, that sense of urgency is critical. I want to give some numbers. 1 in 7 DC residents is an immigrant. That's a lot of people. DC was home to 50,612 women, 40,673 men, and 6,561 children who were immigrants. There are, in 2020, which is the last accurate year, we had 600 active DACA recipients. 1 in 6 workers is an immigrant as a vital part of the workforce. This is not about hegemony. This is not about people wanting to own things. This is acting as quickly as we can with the resources we can and the people we can to help solve a local problem of people living in fear. Families are broken. People are broken. And the fear, as you heard Janice Lewis George say, is huge. Kids are not going to school. There are people who walk kids to school because they're fearful, because the parents can't. This is massive. So let's just get off the silliness of who's going to run what and let Bruce, who has way ahead of the curve in terms of marshaling information, resources, and forces, just do it. And let's just all join in as helpful constituents in what we are facing as a very dangerous world. Thank you.
Commissioner Gore, then Commissioner Grunwald, then Commissioner Simmons.
Yeah, I'm kind of troubled by this conversation because if you would listen to the last speaker, you would think no one else on this ANC has marshaled resources, acted with urgency, and have addressed this issue. Personally, I've been working with members of the State Board of Education on the very issue Commissioner Fennessy brought up, which I have not heard anyone other than Commissioner Fennessy bring up, which is our kids, primarily Black kids in Ward 7 and 8, being harassed, being detained on their way to school. Has any of you all seen the TikTok video of the young lady, I believe in Ward 7 or Ward 8? It was Anacostia Metro Station, where she was in her school uniform and got detained because she didn't have her ID and her back to Kids Ride Free card. So my concern is that the way this is structured in the resolution, which is the binding document, and the document on how we will act and engage, is very limiting. And it's not fully thought out in terms of participation. That's my issue here. And it's very dangerous for the community to think that there's one person on this ANC that's shepherding this process. It's not. It's like 3 to 4. There's multiple ones of us all working our back channels. And I saw a commissioner that's on here from 3C. I'm trying to work with 3C and State Board of Education to do a forum on this. I would love to invite in the other commissioners. I would love to invite in other community members. Members of the race committee have not been involved in this discussion, and they had some really great suggestions about broadening the outreach to other Ward 3, other Ward 4 ANCs, other groups like Free DC, State Board of Education members that actually live in 7 and 8, where Black and brown kids are getting harassed on their way to school. There's a lot of issues. It's not just the immigration issue that we've seen here in our neighborhood. There's other citywide issues. So my concern is the myopicness of this. I wouldn't necessarily oppose it if it was more broader and we had more time as an ANC to work on it. I would like to see it deferred. Maybe we could discuss it in our admin meeting where we can lay all these issues out on the table. I definitely oppose one co-chair, one chair. I just cannot support that. There are too many views. My view is not represented here. I'm a mom, and I've said this many times, and I make no bones about it. I have a Black son, and I am extremely concerned about these Black kids, going to and from school. That we know Kids Ride Free is a disaster. Commissioner Fennessy talked about her son. They are the ones that are at the metro stops, going and getting harassed just trying to get to school. And these are the wards that we cannot afford to have our kids harassed. So there are a ton of issues. They just haven't been worked out. It's not necessarily about, us being divisive or us getting along. It's partially that, for sure. But we have more things to work out in this resolution, which is going to be the binding resolution. I want to say, and I want to be able to recommend people on the task force, just like you all want to have a say and recommend who's on the race committee. It works both ways. And I don't see it working both ways for us. It's working one way here. And, to be honest with you, and I'm just going to say this, Commissioner Sherman, when you said that, we're operating out, or the community isn't concerned. I've gotten calls and I've shared with the commission. I got an email as soon as your email went out about the Zoom. I got an immediate email from a constituent, and I shared that with every commissioner. And they wanted to know, why wasn't the full commission involved? And if the full commission was involved, is this just a Bruce Sherman, Zoom meeting? They wanted to know why. So there are people in our community that want to see us work together and are questioning why it doesn't appear that way. And I think that we can do better. And I think that we can make this a little broader and put a little bit more time into the structure so that we're doing a really good job here by the community. And I will tell you something else. I read every comment on your survey, every one. I took notes on them. I took screenshots on them. I am very familiar with every comment. I spent nearly 4 hours. And I want to say this to the community. A lot of you all think that your voices aren't heard or that we're not listening. We do. And I, for one, listen and I read when these things come in. And part of my decision is based on those comments. We had comments that ran the gamut from ANC 34G. I don't think you need to be involved. from ANC 34G, I think you need to do a citywide resolution that points to the problem, which we just got passed. You know, to ANC 34G, I think you need to expand your scope. Why are you looking in our ANC when Ward 7 and 8 are most at risk? So we need to
You don't
really
think our,
look at, excuse me, Teresa, do not interrupt.
I
I think we need to like really take a look at this. It's not to say we don't pass it at some point in time, but we have a lot to discuss as a commission about this resolution and the structure of it so that it's successful and it represents everyone that we think it needs to represent.
So just a couple of quick points, and I want to go to Commissioner Grunwald next. Let's keep in mind that the federal takeover took place on August 11th in the middle of our August recess. The commission was not meeting. There was no vehicle to rally all the commission. I had been away for 2 weeks on vacation, just came back at that time around August 11th, and as all of you was confronted with this. When I set up the Zooms, I invited all of you to participate. I encouraged you all to come. It was not the Bruce Sherman show. It was a commissioner in this commission area taking an initiative on behalf of the community. That's what it was. And I invited all of you to share the survey. And I think the point here is, and this is a more philosophical issue, which we probably want to address at some other time. When I act as a commissioner, I am part of the commission. My residents, people on the Zoom, understand that it is ANC 34G. There is a representative of the commission that is taking initiative. It is not as though I am a single entity off to the side. So I think if you ask people, and again, this is where we live in our own little world. If you ask the people who attended the Zooms, they'll tell you what they thought about it and the initiative as a whole. Carol Grunwald.
Let me, Bruce, before you go to Carol, let me just say that we did have a venue to reconvene. There are a lot of commissions across the city that held emergency meetings. We didn't do that. And I found out, as most, well, I don't know. I mean, some commissioners might have known what you were doing, but I found out the same day community members found out. I knew nothing about the planning, even though a former commissioner was involved. I knew nothing about the proposed Zooms because I would have asked you to do one on Real ID and Kids Right Free, and that's what I'm working on now. So I just wanted to put that for the record. I think there's a correction there.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Commissioner Grunwald.
Yes. Let me put my hand down here. Okay, I have a lot to say. So, I have to say that I don't understand Commissioner Gosselin's comment about how there can be division about something we all agree about. And I don't understand Commissioner Gore's comment that she's not being represented when we're dealing with an issue that we all agree about. Bruce is trying to do something really great that he's really good at. And I think that we should just be grateful and say thank you for a change. Lisa said that various commissioners are all working on various issues surrounding this terrible thing that we're facing in our community. If we all tried to do all of those things, we wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. I think our strength lies in each of us doing what we can as commissioners and then coming together at some point. Some of us will work together, some of us won't on our various projects. But I think it's insane to think that every single one of us 7 commissioners is going to work on every single one of every commissioner's projects. I just wish that we could just do this thing. I think there's urgency. Bruce has the enthusiasm to do it. He's really good at it. Let him go. Lisa, you can, Commissioner Gore can work on her projects, and Commissioner Gosselin can work on his, and whoever else is working on this issue, and we can all come together at the end. We don't have enough time in the day for each of us to be working on every single aspect of this problem. Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
Hi, yes. So I just want to commend this commission on wanting to support an issue that our city, Washington, D.C. faces. I'm so surprised that, just last month, we conducted a resolution where we didn't want to solve the citywide problem of housing, where some of these immigrants could potentially live one day. And this issue that we have isn't significantly faced in our neighborhood. Haven't seen National Guard. We had a couple of ICE incidents, but once we get out our neighborhood, the increase of that happening is more significant. So I don't support this task force because I think that our commission needs to work on something that is larger than our commission. We passed the previous resolution that Commissioner Gore brought up. I think we've done that, but I really think our focus should be working with Free DC, where Free DC focus is on Black and Brown DC residents and the issues that we're facing. So I think it's inefficient because we already have a movement going throughout the city with Free DC and Free DC. And I think our focus should be moved upon that because I don't see a real big impact happening just from our neighborhood because a lot of the issues and troubles are not here. I think our impacts would be greater if we worked on the greater good of where these issues are happening, as mentioned, in Ward 7, 8, 5, and other areas of like Union Station. I think that's Ward 5 or 6, maybe. So that's just my 2 cents. But just want to remind everyone, we didn't want to support the citywide housing issue. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Cal, then Peter, Commissioner Gosselin, and Commissioner Nagy.
Okay, hi all. Mine is a little odd because this is in the event that this task force resolution passes today. I just want to bring up an issue within the resolution itself. It's a timing issue. It says that the members will be recruited and nominated by the chair for commission approval at the September 22nd meeting, but it also says the task force shall deliver an action plan for commission review by the September 22nd meeting. But how can that happen if nobody knows who, including the members, that they're actually going to be on the task force or not on the task force? So this is a little odd to me.
Exactly. That was part of my point.
I would produce a plan that we would take a look at very quickly. But anyway, I take your point, Cal.
Yeah, and it might be that Lisa's idea of having a meeting in between.
Right. And I'm sorry, Bruce, can I be recognized just to piggyback on Cal? That is exactly what I am partially alluding to. And this is a process issue, but it's also, it's also a fairness issue. I mean, if you're going to appoint the folks, I mean, and then you just said you're going to quickly work on an action plan, it doesn't lend itself to, collaboration and engagement across multiple parties that might be involved in this. And Commissioner Grunwald, when I said my issue not being represented, there's nobody on in that task force mentioned or that, in Bruce's conversation that talked about the issues that I'm focused on that are major issues for this city as well. And that is what's happening to our kids in this process. And that is the purpose of the discussions about real ID and what Commissioner Fennessy brought up, in which I shouted to every council member that I could, the kids ride free situation. That has been totally left out of this discussion. And I can't imagine an action plan being developed where people on the task force don't have that expertise. So that's why I'm saying maybe this should just be paused so that we can develop the plan, which is borne out in the resolution. Because you list out those things in the resolution, Bruce.
No, I'm hearing you. The resolution obviously is subject to friendly amendments, of course, that's part of the process. But if you're arguing that we take a step back and hold another meeting, a planning discussion on this, fine. I just want to emphasize a point. And this again is something we can talk about more broadly in terms of our experience with our past committees, task forces, working groups, and so forth. I'm just advocating that we not bureaucratize this, that we not talk it to death, that we not get in our own way, and that we not try to boil the ocean. I'm here to tell you that I have neighbors calling me almost every day about these concerns. And I know you're attentive to your constituents. I'm not saying we don't liaise with other ANCs. I'm not saying we don't work across agencies of the DC government. I'm not saying we're not concerned about what's happening elsewhere in the city. But our remit is our commission area. Our first responsibility, by way of that remit, is to our own constituents. And those constituents have immigrant workers who don't want to come to work. And in my single member district, they got arrested. So that's where we have to be focused right now, in my view, and not add on a million and one things that would require not only a lot of time, but a span, a scope of enterprise that is just beyond us. But I take your point, and we can certainly talk about how to bring other elements into this. In order of, I believe that, Libby Martin, you had your hand up for a long time, and you don't have your other hand up, so I've missed you. Let me go to, sorry, Peter.
Liz? I mean, Liz is a commissioner and she still hasn't.
Yeah, sorry, I just don't want to ignore Libby. Liz, go ahead. Yeah.
No, it's fine. Let Libby go, please, and then I'll go after. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, Libby.
Thank you. I want to say, Juice, that I think that what surprises me is this sort of sudden outrage about something that I think has been, plaguing our city for a long time in different ways. I mean, the Black and brown community in our city has been racially profiled forever, and they're legally here. So all of a sudden we have some arrests in our own neighborhood and it becomes a big issue. But this is what's going on all the time in other words. And I think Lisa probably gets calls from her constituents plenty. And many of her Black and brown constituents are probably so used to it, they don't even call her anymore. So I do think that right now, there's so many opportunities for us to work together and not bureaucratize this, but I do agree that there are some real opportunities for partnership and getting greater visibility and not just focusing on our own backyard, because this is not an issue that's only in our backyard.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to do Commissioner Nagy, Commissioner Goslin, Teresa, and then Renee.
Okay, thank you. Actually, my first point is there are a bunch of comments in the chat, and are we still reading those comments out for the rest of the audience? I'd like to.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And then I have a point of my own. Teresa, I don't want to steal your thunder. Do you want me to read your comment or not?
I just, no, don't read it. Go ahead.
I won't read it. We'll skip over you and you'll make your own comment then. From Mary Callahan, this is an immigration issue. It is not about rolling a whole bunch of other issues into the current concerns immigrants are facing in our community. Michelle Wallen comments, wow, Peter, the focus on Murray was appropriate because they had not put in artificial turf yet, so there was a chance to stop it. Also directly affected residents in our ANC area, some of whom live 8 feet from this field. Yet some commissioners kept playing whataboutism with St. John's or every field in the city as if they were going to tear out already in place fields or as if the city council was going to act too quickly. Andrea Rosen, yes, Black and brown residents of DC have been profiled and discriminated against forever, but being seized and disappeared is a different magnitude of danger. I feel responsible for the people who are endangering themselves coming to my home. They need the income, so they risk their actual lives to work, to drive their van into Barnaby Woods. That's what we got. So,
Thank you. You have a comment of your own, though?
no, I do. I do. And I understand that people feel that this is an inflection point where we should expand the remit of the ANC, but I feel strongly that the remit of ANC 34G is ANC 34G. Individual commissioners are welcome to reach out to the rest of the city and do their work in concert with other people in the rest of the city. Residents are also free to engage with the rest of the community. Nothing is stopping you from doing that. But as a commissioner, I took an oath to protect home rule and to engage with my ANC, not with the entire city. That is the job of the council. And we can see that Janice Lewis George and other council members are doing yeoman's work to make that happen. So do you want me, Lisa, to read out your comment? I see that.
You don't have to. I mean, it's there. People can read it themselves.
Okay.
Great.
All right. That's my comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Gosselin.
So first to Claudia and others who have used the word urgent. I absolutely agree. I'm Claudia. I don't know if you were at the top of the meeting, but I mean, I'm suggesting it so it takes some organization in the next few days. But I mean, one of the reasons we're getting all these abductions along Military Road is they're mustering right there, right off Military at the stable. Well, let's organize a march down there. Let's face it right now, right? I mean, to Bruce on talking about coming back, coming back August 11th and facing this. You did great. I mean, like I've said repeatedly that was a great response. And I assume you'll keep working this issue. Nothing that. The question is how we're now all back, and the question is how do we use our commission most effectively to push back on this? To Carol Grunwald, I mean, you talked about us all doing our thing and then coming together. That's precisely what I want to do. I mean, that's why I don't think we should create this task force and then just stipulate that I have a bunch of the problems that Cal and that Lisa raised about kind of how we do it in a way that we all have hands in it. Better we should better we should tackle the problem in front of us and not create another body.
Very good. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Gosselin. Renee.
Unmute, Renee.
Yeah, you're on mute, Renee. There you go.
Hi, I guess I just wanted to say, I think that's why we had the Raise Committee. And I don't think it's necessary to create a task force to address this issue. Bruce, I think the work that you did in August was fantastic. I think the Zoom and the people that you got together and the conversations that, you started and you had, was great. But I think it needs to be folded in to the whole committee or the Raise Committee. And I guess, and part of that is I'm still a little shaken back to, like, I go back to the bikes. What was that? Was it the bike committee or the bus committee?
Transportation.
Yeah, that was created, last year. And one of the residents who worked tirelessly on that, committee and honestly just got beat down, so it's like I think that's where some of the trust just in the community comes from, that just left a bad taste as a resident, someone who just devoted a lot of their time and energy, to that bus committee, and then to get beaten down like that just wasn't common. But I think you did a great job. I think you should continue to do the work. But I think it should be on a broader scale with the race committee and not just the individual tasks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Commissioner Grinwald.
Yep. Let me put my hand down here. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna just reiterate, or maybe say it just a little differently. So Commissioner Gore is concentrating on the kid ID thing. Well, we weren't asked to join that effort. Lisa's been doing that alone, apparently. I don't understand why we can't allow some people to work more independently and then come together at the end and put all the pieces together. Bruce doing his thing is not stopping anyone else from doing anything. And the Raise Committee hasn't done anything on this issue. What have they been waiting for? Bruce moves really fast. Thank you.
Teresa.
First of all, as a Mexican American, I've looked at the race committee, what they have done, and I've seen very rarely that they've ever done anything about Latinos. And this issue is about Latinos primarily and about the attack on them. I applaud you, Lisa, for working for our kids. I have deep ties in Anacostia. I hope you'll help us save the Anacostia Museum, something I've been involved in. But I think this is an issue about Latinos in our neighborhood. And it's not just our workers. It's also individuals who live here, who are Latino, who are afraid to leave the Kennesaw, who are afraid to go to work, who are afraid to go to school. And I think that it's very important that our community, which comes, is pretty protected so far. We've had only 2 or 3 incidences, but that's going to change with ICE's new money and with this new location in Rock Creek Park. It's going to get much worse. And it's not we need to bring our community together to support the people who do come to our many nannies, our many workers, but also residents who live here. And we have many Latinos who live in Ward 3 that need that protection. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be concerned with the rest of the city, but I think the purpose of the ANC is to focus on our immediate community. And just within my block and in Peter's district, I tell him repeatedly, there are 3 Mexican-American women. We live here. We have close friends and relatives who are being impacted by this. I have been stopped at the border because I didn't have the proper credentials once when I was coming back from visiting my father. So I think Bruce's focus on this is very critical. And I think, it upsets me that we want to go to a bigger thing and we want to include other issues. I think the ANC should do that, but it should also focus on the immediate issues that are facing the community now. And having been in the last Zoom meeting that Bruce had, it said to me, and I've been to a lot of bystander training. I've been to the one the synagogue did on what you can do. It said to me that our community needs education in terms of this issue. And it needs what Claudia's statistics may be a revelation to many people, not to me because I work with the Latino community. And I just want to encourage you to focus on this issue. And get it done. If you put it off and you make it broader, and I really resent your criticisms and your naysaying, Peter, because that's not what you're not representing our views. And I just think you're throwing a wrench into something that's very positive that Bruce has done that should be supported. We should move ahead and then develop the other thing. And I'd like to hear from the race committee and know why they haven't ever dealt with the Latino issues in Ward 3. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Nagy, Commissioner Gore, and then Mary Rouse.
I don't have much to add to what Teresa just said. I fear that this is getting bogged down and that because of that, the ANC will not have a palpable response to the problem at hand in this ANC. And again, I agree with what Teresa just said, and I don't see any significant action on behalf of Latinos and Latinas in our community. And I'd like to see that. I would like to see some even-handedness in how these issues are addressed.
We have a huge population of Latino kids at Wilson High School. The Latin American Youth Center has long worked with them. And I think that should be a concern too.
I think everybody should be a concern. I mean, we should not be parsing this so that people are excluded from being protected and having the ANC look at their issues. But I still think that we need to focus on what's happening here now, and we need to do it quickly. I think putting it off indefinitely is a big problem. I think Bruce has taken the lead on doing this. I'm not sure why that's creating such a sensation. I'm thankful that he did. I attended his Zooms. I sent the message out to my constituents as best I could, to my email list, to the listserv, to please attend. A number of people did. I'm glad that they did. And I certainly appreciate the fact that he made it available to the entire community.
Thank you.
That's-
Yeah, well, the conversation has kind of divulged into a lot of things, but going back to the race committee has not met. So I think it's unfair
That
to ask.
is ludicrous.
Teresa,
this-
please don't. No, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I am sorry. I am going to interrupt you because that is ludicrous.
I'm not going to let you interrupt me. You're not going to do that on the meeting. Everyone else has been kind and gracious. And even though we have had difference of opinions, we have had this discussion respectfully. And I'm going to ask you to continue to do that. And I was not even finished my statement before you rudely interrupted me. What I was saying, if I can finish my statement, was that the race committee did not have an opportunity to meet on this issue because the ANC was in recess, thus the race committee was in recess. The race committee has not even had a meeting to talk about this. So it's kind of unfair to characterize their work on this because they haven't had an opportunity to work on it. And that's why I'm asking that this be discussed more broadly. If we want to discuss it in an admin meeting, a next meeting, but I think we need to have a discussion about how to incorporate that committee. I think that's fair. And the other thing is, this is not just an immigration issue. It's not just a kids ride free youth issue. It's both. It's both. And definitely the Trump executive order focuses on immigration, but with the flux of law enforcement in the city, over 2,200 National Guard and over 500 federal law enforcement officers, we know that policing primarily impacts also Black and Brown, and I include Hispanics and Brown. So we have both issues. And we certainly have kids, Black and brown, in our communities here within our ANC that are at risk. They're at risk because of their race and their heritage. So my point is for us to take all of this into consideration. We have enough of our communities not working together, particularly Black and brown. We don't need to further that. As someone that has a foot in both, and I've worked DC Latino community the day I stepped in this city. The day I stepped in this city, and my work has never stopped. So I know this community very well. I have family from Puerto Rico, Ponce. I know it very well. And we can focus on both.
Thank you, Commissioner Gore. Mary Rouse.
See, Kai, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I am so sad sitting here tonight, listening to everybody. I am just so sad. I've been in this neighborhood 45 years. I spent 4 years on the ANC myself. I see the creative people in this community who have stepped forward, who want to be leaders, who are leaders, who are good people. And I see, I'm astounded at the time that's been wasted tonight. When somebody has put forward an effort to do something about a problem, and there are people standing in this way, in his way. And I don't understand it. I'm looking at the resolution that was produced tonight. I don't know if any of you have it in front of you. It's a 2-page resolution that Bruce drafted, I'm sure with the help of others. I think he said there was input from a lot of people on it. There's a lot of whereases, therefore. What is there to disagree with here? Who has an issue with any of these things in this resolution? Lisa, Peter, Corinthia, Carol, Liz. Does anybody have a problem with any of these therefore sections of the resolution? What is it that people are afraid of? What is the worst thing that could happen if this task force gets into being? What is the worst thing? What is everybody afraid of? What are the people who are opposed to this afraid of? What do they think is going to happen here? I don't understand it. I'm baffled. And I'm so disappointed that this commission has spent so much time talking about something. It's a waste of time. This commission can't even agree on something as simple and basic as a very basic, simple resolution here. I'm just really sad about it. I expect more. We're all smarter than this. We all want to be more productive than this. We all want to be leaders and help our community. So let the people who want to do this get out of their way and give them the support that they need. Thank you.
Michelle Wallen.
I just want to say, whatever you all do with this, whether you want to add another co-chair, you want to expand the committee, whatever, I don't want to get into all that. But what I do have a problem with, just based on what I've just heard here tonight, is handing this issue over to solely over to the race committee. Because the first thing we just heard out of Corinthia is, gosh, basically you say you care about this and yet you passed a resolution denying housing at the Civic Corps, which could house some of these immigrants. Let me be clear. I support DEI. I am horrified at what Trump is doing, and Lisa smiles. I'm horrified at what Trump is doing to dismantle that. I'm horrified at what this administration is doing to immigrants, to everyone. I have reasons where I am against housing at the Civic Corps. I think it should be kept our public community space. I want to keep the green space. Every survey has shown that green space is incredibly important to this community. And with all those proposals I've seen, it goes. And no, a rooftop doesn't make up for it. And the housing is huge. It's going to overwhelm the site. And it is not going to feel like it belongs to the community anymore. And the people that live there, if there is any pickleball or there are kids out there playing, they're going to complain about the noise. I think the public use is incompatible with putting private residential there. So my concern, given what I have seen with this race committee for the past 5 years, how they have characterized people who express opposition to putting housing there as that's just a dog whistle, which is written in the minutes of the housing, the initial housing task force. How they, claim that if we're against it, well, we know the real reason why. You just want to keep people out, and basically insinuating anyone against putting housing there is doing so for racist reasons. And now I don't want it to become, well, if you're against housing there, you must support what Trump is doing. Making people disappear. Why don't you want housing for these people? There's housing can be put anywhere. So I'm very concerned, just given the history of how I have perceived and many other people in this community have perceived how the race committee has handled other legitimate positions and the name calling that's been done. I worry about them being the sole people in charge of this issue, because I'm afraid it's going to turn into, well, you're just a hypocrite if you don't want housing there.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Any other comments? I think we've exhausted the desire to talk on this particular issue. Here's what I'm looking at, taking all this on board. I'm hearing that with respect to the task force proposal as it is, commissioners want additional input. They want to think about it some more and want to refine it. And want to bring more people into the conversation on the commission, perhaps the community. I am fine in moving this into another venue to have the conversation around the core concept here. If the commission wants to have the Racial and Social Equity Committee take the project over, that's a separate proposition. And if that's the case, then it becomes something else. The Rays needs to take a look at it, and they need to see what they want to do.
Bruce, nobody has called for that.
Well, no, I'm just saying, Lisa,
Yeah.
people have just said it in the comments. So
I know, that's why I want to make it clear that
okay,
the
I'm not
commission is not calling for that.
okay. I'm just saying that it's come up in the course of the conversation, and that
Right.
that's anybody's idea. So I'm perfectly happy if we want to have an admin meeting next week, and we can talk about both bylaws and this or whatever we want to do. I'm perfectly happy to do it. I just want to remind us all, though, of one thing. If this doesn't go forward, or even if this does go forward, I'm still going to have my constituents, as you're going to have your constituents, call me and ask for help. And I'm going to have to respond. So one of the things that this task force, in whatever iteration, needs to be mindful of is that we're all going to get these requests. And this week, as I mentioned to you, when the neighbor 5 doors down called me, it was, come now, Bruce, because police are in front of my house. It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to refer it to somebody else, right? Okay. So we need to be, I think, hyper aware of the events unfolding in front of us on the ground and the immediacy of the moment, and focus very closely on what we're doing here. And as we have time and we have bandwidth, radiate out beyond to other parts of the city and what have you. So if we want to take some more time and take a look at this proposal, I'm fine with that. It's out there now for everybody having for discussion. You've given your input. I would just want to do it as quickly as possible so that we're prepared to take action on the things that we need to do.
And Bruce, my suggestion is that we move this to the admin meeting. I don't think I'm not saying we need a month, 2 weeks. We're talking about a proposed admin meeting next week. I would add this conversation to it so that we could have a fuller discussion.
Okay. The other thing that I am going to be hung up on, only because of my experience with commissions, committees, and task forces and working groups and so forth, I honestly think if you keep this small and you have adequate buy-in, and the task force is responsive to the commission as it is, with no delegated authority, the commission approves its mission, it approves its work plan, concurs with its members, and so forth and so on. You let one person, whether it's me or Peter or anybody else, take it and run with it. And I honestly believe that. The co-chair thing is in my experience, from a management perspective, a dubious proposition just to get stuff done. So we can talk further about that in the admin meeting as well, if you want.
Sounds good.
Other commissioners, any thoughts on this, moving this into an admin meeting? I mean, obviously my issue, I could call for a vote tonight, but I'm respectful of the comments. Okay, yeah, Carol?
Yeah, I mean, we're having an emergency, right? But now we're just delaying it, kicking the can down the road. We obviously can't act in an emergency. I mean, that's pretty clear. That's all I want to say.
Well, if we meet next week, hopefully we can come to terms and move this forward. But in any event, that's, I think, where we are right now. End of story. Next issue. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. So the next up is the WMATA discussion. And I just put this on the agenda because it was a huge issue. And it really kind of does, Bruce, overlap to your issue, because one of the concerns that the community had was the number of kids hanging after school, before school, not only just getting to school on time and being able to come home on time, but when the bus routes are overcrowded and we don't have enough buses moving through the community, that puts our kids at risk. Because we know that, at the metro stops and at the bus stops, we had issues at Tinleytown last year. We had some major issues with Tinleytown last year. So I know you, Bruce, and I put all the commissioners kind of on here that I thought were working on this. And this just goes to show that we are working on stuff together in our inorganic type of way. But you were working on this. Commissioner Fennessy was working on this. I was working on this. I thought Commissioner Grunwald at some point was working on this as well. So I just wanted to give folks agenda time to kind of discuss any updates. I know Cal Simone had some updates from Friends of Us, Chevy Chase. And I do think that Councilmember Louis George gave us a really good update, which was pretty much what I was going to say. So I'm not going to belabor any more discussion on this from my point of view. Cal had some really good information. Cal, if you could raise your hand in terms of the new timetables that I think, and the new buses that are routing through the community as a result of some of the intervention. If you want to give that, Cal, or drop it in the chat for everybody to see. And Bruce, Laura, do you guys have any updates that you want to give on the WMATA issue that you all were working on?
So I'm
No
ready.
updates, still a mess.
Okay.
I have updates. I'm ready, and I have to go soon. So
Okay, Cal, go on ahead, because you're
Right.
I wanted to get you on and up front.
I know
Go on.
I had trouble with the buttons here. So I'm putting this up on the screen. I'm going to show two things. About 3 days after kids went back to school, the week before last, WMATA added a bunch of new times to the bus schedules. So one of the ones we heard about was not being able to get home back into Chevy Chase from Jackson Reed and Deal. They added two earlier bus times. This is a page from a much longer document that's a comprehensive list, line by line, of all the existing and new times that were added, and points along the way where you might gauge the actual timing of it. Those are on the Friends of Bus wiki page, which I'll put in the chat. And then the second thing is, let me get rid of this one. Stop share. Second one is that there are new, what do you call it? Student lanes, they're calling them, in 12 metro stations around the area. Here's a picture of one of them. This is the only one on this side of the park is Tenleytown. 6 of them are on the red line, 5 of them are on the green line, and one is on another on the blue, orange, silver line. So
those are the two main things I wanted to share, and I'll drop the link to the wiki page in the chat.
Thank you. Commissioner Grunwald, then Sherman.
Okay. So, you know, I've been hearing a lot about buses in my SMD, and I've compiled a list of requests from people. I have been sending them all to Friends of Bus Transit through Cal to Cal. And I know that Friends of Bus Transit, FOBUS, is compiling a grand list of changes, but I thought it would be also very beneficial for the ANC as a whole to compile a grand list of changes it would like to see. And I think the more people, or the more groups rather, that support the changes that our residents want, the better. So I remember writing about this to you all a couple of weeks ago. I haven't heard any recommendations from anyone. If we don't do it as a group, I guess I'll just write to WMATA myself and ask for these changes. But it seems to me that we're stronger in a group.
Commissioner Grunwald, can you put that in like on our OneDrive so that we can all access it? I have a ton of stuff from my constituents.
You're talking about the list of changes that my people would like to have made?
Yeah, if we're going to combine them, I'm just asking, can you do a group
sure.
document?
Yeah.
Okay, that might be helpful.
Put them on OneDrive?
Yeah, Mia, do you know how to do a OneDrive document?
No, but I'll figure it out.
Okay, if you need help, let me know.
Thank you.
But that would be easy for me because I got a lot of stuff compiled. I can just pop it on your document. Commissioner Sherman?
Yeah, first of all, thanks to Cal and to the whole group, Jim Nash and Michaela and John Wheeler and company for the work they've been doing and engaging the community and listening to people and their concerns. So I appreciate it. And Cal, that you're keeping track of these bus changes and letting us know and being a resource. It's much appreciated. I'd also say that in my experience in reaching out directly to Ann Chisholm and to Regina Sullivan at WMATA when we have a problem, as happened on the first day of school, and they did immediately respond on the next day, and they had the problems on the very first day were owing to a number of factors. The frequency of a couple of buses didn't show, but those things they got worked out almost overnight, and the next day was fairly significantly improved. But I do reach out to them directly, and commissioners, when you have a problem, that's the shortest path to getting a resolution. Just email Ann or email Regina and say, hey, look, we got a problem, and WMATA's got to fix it. And so they have been, in my experience, pretty responsive. I would also say this, that like you, I've got very vocal neighbors. So when there's a problem, I hear about it. It isn't as though they let something go for 2 or 3 or 4 days. They call immediately. If a bus doesn't show, the kids are sitting idle at deal as they had been, and what have you. I've been hearing I've been hearing far fewer complaints just in the last 10 days or so. And which is to say that not that everything is perfect, but maybe evened out a little bit.
Well, people may have given up. Maybe that's why we're not hearing anything.
Well, in my case, the parents of these kids are not going to give up. They're going to call and they're going to say, "Hey," and I've even gotten the feedback from them that things have improved because I've checked back with them.
Oh well, that's good.
This is the C85 specifically I'm talking about. Right. It starts at Western and comes down Utah and hits Nebraska and goes down to Deal and Jackson Reed. So anyway, that's kind of my report on it.
Okay. Commissioner Fennessy, did you have anything to add on that?
On the buses, no, I did, along with Commissioner Sherman and Grunewald, we went to the bus meeting, the Friends of the Bus group, and I did talk about the Kids Ride Free cards there. That was just one of my things. But I think as far as the bus routes, I overlap so much with Commissioner Sherman and Grunewald and see the same problems.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And Cal, your hand is still up. Did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I wanted to mention that we are in the process of getting, finalizing a feedback form that we're going to make public for people to send feedback to us as well. And I want to say also that I think that sending individual pieces of feedback to folks like Bruce recommended is good. I think there's also strength in numbers, so that when we go, because I have my fingers inside of different places in WMATA as well, and there's something about the strength in numbers, that thing. So I think both approaches are going to be very useful for this.
Just on that, Cal, I hear you, and I appreciate that. I think what Carol was talking about, and you guys are working on, is this kind of catalog of improvements that need to be made structurally on the urgent things that are happening. When somebody calls and says, the bus didn't show today and I got a problem, that's when I have to ring WMATA's bell myself and say, fix this overnight, because otherwise the kids aren't going to get to school, right?
Right.
But I do think we should be working together to compile that list of stuff. I think we're in agreement on that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how to, you know, digest all this stuff and make it readable and accessible. The other thing I wanted to say was that, yeah, I don't think we need to know about if a single bus doesn't show up on a particular day, but if it's a repeated occurrence, then I have a way of reporting it, another way of reporting it as well. So, you know, the multiple pronged approach, I think, is the best way. And we will be conducting more feedback meetings as well.
Right.
Commissioner Nagy?
Thank you. Cal, are you still there?
He's there.
I'm still
Okay.
here.
Okay, great. Thank you. The changes for the bus, better bus, I use that term loosely for everybody else, don't particularly affect my SMD. I don't think much has changed on Connecticut Avenue. And I'm wondering, I'm not hearing from my constituents about problems with bus service on Connecticut Avenue. And I guess I'm asking you, are you guys hearing anything about bus service down Connecticut Avenue?
Are you talking, I mean, nothing has changed on Connecticut Avenue other than no stops were taken away, as I know of. The only thing
Right.
that changed is it doesn't make the dog leg through Adams Morgan anymore.
Right.
Which
And I did hear,
we've gotten comments about
I
that.
did hear comments about that, I will say. That for a lot of people, that changed their commute for the worse. But that's the only real substantive comment that I've gotten about the changes.
Yeah, the biggest complaint, the two biggest complaints we've got are, I would say number two and it's the closest to you, Liz, that there's these big long gaps after Nebraska and Chesapeake, all the way, depending on which rush hour line you're on, that can go as much as a half a mile without a bus stop. And all but one bus, the C85, which only runs during rush hours, that's the only one that goes right by Jackson Reed. So, you know, I have that, and the other problem is the problem of people transferring in Chevy Chase, because people who didn't have to transfer, that took a 10 or 12-minute ride to get to either Tenleytown or Friendship Heights. Half the people have to transfer at what we call Grand Central there at Military Nebraska. And so I've got to sit down with them and figure out how to solve what I'm calling the Chevy Chase problem. And I've already made one temporary proposal to them that they have that I made back in March. And we'll see what they do with that. But the idea of being able to take one bus to get where you want to go and not have it turn into a 45 or 50-minute ride, especially if it's a medical appointment.
I have to say that just this weekend, someone I know commented that her 100-year-old father takes the bus from Upper Connecticut Avenue in Chevy Chase and used to go directly to Friendship Heights and be able to go to his medical appointments at the Barlow Building at 5530 at Friendship Boulevard, and can no longer do that. I literally just heard this yesterday from them about that problem, that they got to get out, change, and then try to get where they're going. So that's one thing. As to the problem below Nebraska, I'm wondering if you've reached out to 3F,
Can
ANC
you,
3F,
can you,
because
can you just email that to me because I don't know, I'm not aware of any specific problems below Nebraska.
I think that's what you just said. Did I misunderstand?
No, I was talking about Nebraska itself over near Wisconsin.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about a long stretch from Nebraska down Connecticut Avenue. Okay, sorry.
I was talking
No.
about between
Yeah.
between Deal and Wisconsin is what I'm
Makes
talking
more
about.
sense. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if there is an issue below, I'd love to know about it.
No, that was my misunderstanding. No worries.
All right. I'm going to put the input address in the chat as well, so people can send emails to us. There was input.
Okay. Anything else on this WMATA issue so we can move on? Okay. Thank you, commissioners. And Cal, thank you very much, Friends of the Bus. I think at some point we need to probably get you on the agenda to, talk a little bit more fully about some of the things you're doing with WMATA and some of the asks that you're still working on.
Well, we have yet to formally introduce ourselves to the community. We're working on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. And regarding the Civic Core update, just real quick, I just wanted the community to know regarding the RFP. I had a conversation with Jill Stucker, and forgive me for not having the date, but I think it was last week, maybe. Commissioners, you can help me with that, week before last. And just to ask him where they were on the RFP. I had gotten quite a few calls about different, I guess, rumor mills that were going around that they had made a selection. There was a rumor that they weren't going to make a selection because of budget, or that the new tariffs were eating into the costs, and developers were, saying that they weren't going to be able to do it. So I just called Jill's directly to confirm if there was anything going on. And what Jill's told me was that they were still moving forward, that they had not selected a developer, that they are going to make a selection on the developer, and the ANC would be the first to know. So I haven't heard anything outside of that, but just wanted to share because I definitely had gotten some calls from the community on that. And I haven't heard back from Jill since we talked. So I don't know. I'm assuming that they're still in the same space that they were in when we talked. And the only other thing that we've had on that similarly related is the ANC did get a FOIA request for survey documents. And those documents were from a time period of May 22nd, 2005 to July 7th, 2005. The requester was very specific in what, documents they wanted. The ANC did comply with that request. We sent it over immediately to the Office of ANC, who served as our FOIA officer. So we do have that, luckily, service provided by the Office of ANC. They actually do the bulk of the work. They will go and search emails and text and everything that's requested to look for the information. Everything was turned over that the commissioners, I believe, had. And we got a closeout letter from the FOIA officer, who was Denise Wichter, on August 14th. The FOIA link is still active up until, I believe, September 30th. Some of us have reviewed those documents or the information that came through the FOIA. I'll definitely want to follow up on some things that came out of that. I will ask the ANC to add that to the administrative meeting discussion, because I think there are some things in terms of process, some things that came out of there that we definitely need to talk about way before we engage in another survey. But I'm hoping this will be an opportunity for us to have a honest conversation about some of the things that went through that process and refine some of the things that came out of there. Commissioner Nagy?
Yeah, thank you. Can we at least try to set the date of the admin meeting?
Yeah, I was going to do
Quickly?
that in commission business. That's
Okay.
where we would do it.
Great,
Yep.
that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And then Commissioner Goslin, can you do Capital City Little League right now?
Very quickly, Mark Wellborn, who is the field coordinator for Cap City Little League, is on the line, I hope. And Mark, if you'd raise your hand, that'll bring you up to the top of the screen. Yep, you're there. So, and if you could turn on your camera. There you are. Hi, thanks for joining us. So a reminder to the commission, I raised this issue on our last meeting in July. This is a request from Cap City Little League to add 45 minutes to the time the lights at the field at Chevy Chase Playground along Livingston, at the corner of Livingston and 41st Street and Western are on. I think, in all honesty, Cap Cities wants this to be permanent. I am suggesting only a time-limited extension to cope with the problems that they face because of the shutdown of the Lafayette School playground. I took to heart your concerns about neighbors and did a door knock. 21 houses. For all houses where I did not get a response, I wrote a letter explaining what was at issue and asked them to call me, and in fact have gotten some calls. Uh, just so you know, I won't go into great detail. There's the 4100 block of Livingston is right across the street from the ball field. And then there's a cul-de-sac of 41st Street, 41st Place Northwest. All the houses on the 4100 block and the cul-de-sac, all the houses on 41st Street between Livingston and McKinley, and then 3 houses deep on Morrison, on Livingston, and Morrison. That's what I canvassed. Basically, there 9 of the houses that I door knocked said or subsequently called in saying they're fine with it. As 3 said they're not fine with it, they're concerned. The concerns are mostly that this is a slippery slope and that Cap Cities will sort of assume that this is now permanent. I will make sure in the wording of what I'm going to ask you to approve that we will either Cap Cities won't get this or they'll come back and have to talk to us next spring. So 7 not home, several houses for sale, 3 no's, 9 yeses, split decision on those nearest, most affected. So for example, the 2 houses on either side of the intersection of Livingston and 41st Place, one says yes, one says no. So that's where we are on this. For all of those who have said no, I have told them I'm going to ask for you to support the following, that I ask that the commission support a one-time and time-limited measure for the extension of the on-time period for the ball field lights at the Chevy Chase Playground for the fall 2025 Cap City Little League season. The season runs from September 11th until, it actually is November 5th, but it sounded to me, and Mark, if you could address this, as if there might be some playoff or something at the end. So I was going to say from September 11th to November 7th. You can address that in a minute. I asked for this support as an emergency measure to cope with the temporary loss of the Lafayette School field, which is currently under construction. If you approve my request, I ask your permission to write to the district's Department of Parks and Recreation and General Services, as well as the mayor and the relevant council members, conveying the commission's support. So, Mark, do you have anything to add to that?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, forgive me. Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on with my audio, or sorry, my video, but I'm here. As Peter said, my name is Mark Wellborn. I am the Fields Commissioner for Cap City Little League. I grew up in this neighborhood. I played Cap City, and now my kids are playing. As you guys know, this is all, or if you don't know, Cap City is fully run by parents and volunteers. As Peter mentioned, well, just some background here. Field space in DC, particularly for baseball, has become extremely tight and limited in recent years. Largely because there are not only other little leagues, but there are plenty of schools that have field needs as well as various travel baseball teams. And as Peter mentioned, Lafayette is now offline at least probably through, I would say, end of October at this point, which is the brunt of our baseball season for our lower division. Right now, the lights at Chevy Chase are on until 9:30 p.m. As Peter mentioned, we're looking to get an extension until 10 p.m., so an extra 30 minutes. This extra 30 minutes would potentially allow us to get in 2 games at night there, which would really alleviate a lot of the field, restraint or kind of tightness and issues that we're having. So, we are hopeful that the ANC will support this extension through the fall. And we can take it to the appropriate people at DPR. And then, it would be something that we would revisit in the spring. But yeah, I think that's generally it. Yeah.
So good. Thanks, Mark. Do commissioners have any questions? Liz?
Yep, thank you. I thought I heard you say, Peter, that this is a one-time
Yes.
a one-time thing, but now I hear Mark Wellborn saying that we will revisit in the spring. So
I think I said that.
no, he just said it. He just said, I believe he just said, Mr. Wellborn, are you there?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you not just say that?
Yeah, so I think I was just kind of reiterating what Peter said, is that the resolution that the ANC will have is specifically for the fall, and then, we could revisit it in the spring.
So Liz, I am not asking for any approval that goes beyond November 7th. And I must say that listening to the people who have concerns about this, the 3 who I did get to, the concerns are that this becomes permanent, and it's clearly way before I was commissioner, or this was in my district. There clearly was a big hullabaloo about this. And so I'm very concerned that those people, if we're going to go beyond what I'm asking for, we're going to have to we'll come back to this as a separate matter in the spring or sometime else. And given the fervor with which the minority who said they would not support this spoke, clearly we're going to have to hash it out about. So I'm not making any proposal beyond November 7th.
In your proposal, the words one time?
Yes, one time and time limited.
Yes. Was it there and I missed it? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It said one time.
I asked the commission to support as a one-time and
Thank you.
time-limited measure,
Yeah.
the extension of the on-light time for the ball field at
Thank you.
Chase.
Yeah, thanks. I missed that. My apologies.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yep. And I get also, and this is responsive to what people said, you said in July, I also have the season dates in the letter I write, September 11th to November 7th. So it's time limited and we tell you what time it is.
Thank you, Peter.
Carol?
Yeah, I want to say two things. I'd like to commend Commissioner Goslin for knocking on all those doors and talking to all those people. I think that was really important to do. And if I were in that position, I would like someone coming to me and asking me if I would like the lights turned on late. So I thank you for that. When is the Lafayette Field going to be ready and usable? So we have an idea of when this might end.
Would you like me to speak to that a little bit?
Sure.
I'd also could I make one clarification here? The teams that play at Chevy Chase are the older divisions, so the extension of the lights would be for the older divisions. The Lafayette field, which you might be asking about just as separately, is specifically for the younger kids.
Oh, that won't be having the Lafayette Field ready at some point won't be a solution then for this lighting problem.
Correct. I mean, I think it's two separate issues. It is two separate issues.
Okay, well, let me just say, I did not understand that. And going back to Liz's point, I am not proposing anything that goes beyond November 7th, 2025. I'm not asking you to support anything that goes beyond November 7th, 2025. So there you have it. I had this has been described to me as responsive to a shortfall in fields because of Lafayette. So, well, Laura, I mean, you want to tell us something about that? Although now, given what Mark has just said, I'm not sure how
How
important.
relevant it is, yeah. So as you guys may know, they're doing a big redo of the track and it's been very complicated. Apparently, this is a super well done track. I think it's going to have about 12 layers by the time it's all done between different like coatings and cushions and coatings and varnishes and whatever. So they're about finished with the track. Then they agreed to repair the grass that was damaged, but they may be repairing it in chunks because the southern part of the field will need to be closed off while they put in an ADA ramp to provide access from the back of the school down to the field. That's going to be sort of near the parking lot and the big tree. So they may be able to open up some of the field, like where the baseball diamond is, a little bit earlier, but that's going to be probably still 2 months out for even just the top half of the field, because when they do repair the grass, they're going to have to give it time to grow. So they'll have to keep it fenced off in time for those repairs, that grass to take root. So I think that would probably be at the end of the baseball season. And then the field might be before New Year, the whole field, the ramp after that, because then they'll open it. I mean, they won't be doing construction on it, but then they'll have to seed it and let it grow, or whatever method they're going to use to repair. They haven't shared that yet. So it could be a while, but I wouldn't think it should not be closed by spring. It should be open by spring.
Lisa.
Oh, I'm sorry. Peter, you had said something and your audio went out when you were talking about I believe who you were going to send the letter to. I just didn't catch who.
Oh, well, first I'm going to send it to the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Department of General Services.
Okay.
Or both of whom control the remote switches for the lights. And then I mean, I assume I want to send it to the Ward 3 at least, and Ward 4 because Council Member Louis George is the chair
DGF,
of the
yeah.
DPR. And then if you want me to send it to others, I'll be happy to do so. You know, the
No,
mayor.
that's good. I just, your audio went out a little bit. I didn't catch it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Well, Commissioner Grunwald again, and then
Yeah.
Renee.
Yeah, so now I'm concerned about, I'm thinking, okay, when the Lafayette Field is not going to solve this problem. So what is the point of voting for this resolution now when this problem is just going to continue ad infinitum?
Well, I guess that's something that I didn't understand either. So I accept your confusion. I think I'll tell you, I think it's a useful thing to do because the conversations with the people who objected, basically all of their arguments, all three of them gave slippery slope arguments. They say, and they all said, the other houses that said they were fine with this, they've lived here less long, so they don't know. So
Well, that's what I'm raising. I'm raising the slippery slope issue.
well,
If we do it now, then we're gonna have to do it again in a few months because the problem is gonna remain. It's not going away. There's no solution to this problem. There's no other field. There's no field waiting for them. I thought it was the Lafayette Field that they were waiting for, but
I understand, but then, I mean, I guess you asked me to ask people in the community
right.
what their views were, and they come back sort of 9-3. They're fine with it. So I've asked, and they said they're fine with it. I think that
But for 3 months, they were fine with
right,
it.
that's right. So let's see where we are at the end of that. But I am not asking, and frankly, I am very reluctant. I suspect I will have problems supporting anything further next spring. I think that I've said to Mark, we're going to make a request about. I will only support this request as a one-time measure.
My mother sent a text that I thought was just to me.
Laura, you're
You're not muted.
Okay. I mean, you can say, well, it's going to be a slippery slope. Okay. But I mean, 9-3 people have, and maybe it's going to be 9-4. Somebody else has said that they'll call, but has not. So, anyways, that's why I would argue to vote for this. Well, let me just go to Renee and then Liz. Renee?
Yeah, what time do the lights go out now? And what time
Well,
are we asking?
the lights were out altogether, but what people are telling me is they're now going out between by 9:30 or 9:15, and they want to extend it to 10:45.
Mark, I believe Mark said they go off at 9:30 right now, and they want to extend it a half an hour to 10.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Renee, did you say what you had to say?
Yes, thank you.
And Liz?
This is just by way of a comment. I'm going to support this now, but no promises of any kind for the future. What I would like to suggest is that I'm not sure exactly who, the Capital City Little League, and if we can help in any way, that would be great. Try to find an alternative, because I agree that this is going to be a recurring problem. And the people who live there are going to be asked again in the spring, in all likelihood, unless, by the grace of God, something intervenes and they find a field somewhere. They're going to be asked to support this one more time, if not many more times than one. And so I'd like to do some preventive maintenance here and see if we can't help them find a solution in a field that doesn't involve right next to their.
I will volunteer for that duty because it's going to fall to me. And with regard to
and it's your SMD, so I'm not trying to,
what you said at the beginning, I would agree with. I'm going to support this too, but I'm not making any promises for the future. So I mean, anyways, with that, can we, can I ask, I mean, this would come as a letter. I asked for a vote on giving me permission to write to the Departments of Parks and Recreation and General Services that we support Cap City Little League's request for a one-time and time-limited extension of the switch on light for the ball field at the Chevy Chase Playground for the fall 2025 baseball season. That season runs from September 11th to November 7th. We'll drop the sentence about Lafayette. So that's what I propose. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Commissioners, raise your hand.
Yep. Where did Liz go? There she is. Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
Are you?
Commissioner, hang on a minute, Peter. Commissioners, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, hang on.
My hand.
1, 2, 3. Keep your hands up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed, raise your hand. Abstentions.
No,
You abstained? I'm sorry. Laura, you abstained?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. So the vote passes 6-0-1.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Commissioner Nagy, you have your hand up.
Sorry, I'm writing down the vote, so I didn't get a chance to put it down.
You got it. Did you get it?
I did. 6-0-1.
All right, thank you. So commissioners, we're at the end of the agenda, and I think at the top of the agenda, we were discussing about moving the race nominations and the bylaws discussion to a later date and potentially both at the admin meeting. And I wanted to make sure Commissioner Simmons was present for the discussion on moving race because it was her agenda item. Commissioner Simmons and I know Commissioner Sherman already agreed to move bylaws to the administrative meeting. Commissioner Simmons, are you okay with moving the race vote for the new committee members to the administrative meeting as well after we discuss bylaws?
No. I don't know why we can't vote on new members now.
Well, okay. It's your call. It's your call. All right, it's your agenda item. Go for it.
So we have 6 new members who are interested in joining Raise. We have Catherine Curley, Ty Wingfield, Brian Hellman, Lester Burke, sorry, Colleen, and then, see, did I miss a person? Was that 6? Colleen Brago and Shannon Wolf Traeger as new members for the committee.
And how many is that? I didn't count as you. 6. Are we having discussion about it? How are we doing this?
I don't know. This is
What's the issue?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I asked what's the issue.
The issue is at the beginning of the meeting, there was a discussion.
I wasn't here at the beginning of the meeting.
I know, But that's where the issue comes from, that some of our colleagues want to have a discussion about bylaw changes in tandem with this. Frankly, I think that just to keep the peace, it's not a bad idea. Well, I mean, obviously, Corinthia, that
Let me hear from Renee.
Have you guys reviewed their bios and everything? Is this like towards the end? What do we know about the participants, the candidates, the residents of interest?
We have received their interest write-up. We have received them.
Oh, so you guys have received their bios and had the opportunity to review the bios. Okay.
Yeah.
we just received, didn't we just receive the Burke and
Yeah, we just received those from Bruce today. The others came in when we did the initial call in August. Catherine has been interested in joining since like January or last year. So, and we've just been carrying her forward.
So is it shared with, are those bios shared with the other members or with the other residents?
We haven't shared them with the other members. My goal is to get them on the committee and we can share those with the committee. And as in interest with the bylaws, I don't like trying to limit the committee to a number of people. If people in the community want to be involved, they should be involved. I don't like saying it needs to be 5 or 6 members. If people want to be invested and involved in their community, then they should be allowed to. Not everyone has infinite, like unlimited time to be involved. So I feel the more people we have on the raise committee, and Peter, I don't understand what, like, as I mentioned, I wasn't at the beginning of the meeting, so I don't understand, what may have happened at the beginning of the meeting. So I'm interested. I want the people who are interested to participate in raise to be involved on the committee and for us to move forward. It's just every month it's a delay or a setback.
So the discussion at the beginning of the meeting, and then I will move to the other commissioners, but just so that you are aware, Commissioner, was that I would guess to say there are a majority of the commissioners that feel that the race discussion directly ties to the proposed bylaw changes that Commissioner Sherman mentioned. He has agreed to delay that discussion and have a fuller discussion at the admin meeting because some of us feel it might not relate. But the majority of the commission, I would guess, probably feel that it does. And I think I'm safe to say the majority of the commission, I do not think will vote on this tonight. And they made that very clear at the top of the meeting. So I in fairness to the committee, to keep and have a further discussion amongst the commissioners to try to settle this as opposed to having a long debate at, and the discussion is not going to go long. So I would suggest that we table this and have the further discussion when we have our administrative meeting so that we could work it out. There's a disagreement with the committee or the commission. And I would hate to see a vote taken and it fail. I think that would be the worst outcome that we could possibly want. And I just, my hunch is that it will not pass right now. And I think
So the race committee meets the third Tuesday of every month. So the potential next raise meeting is supposed to be the 16th.
yeah.
So
Well, you
then
can
we're
still,
gonna end up
meet.
skipping another month. And then we have community members saying that the raise committee isn't doing anything. So like, do you guys see the pattern here?
definitely. Definitely, I see that it doesn't look good, and the community, we can only do what we can only do. But that's my suggestion. I just think we probably need to think about this. And
And then through the rest of the meeting, people just talking over and over, regurgitating the same thing, and it's already 10:30, and something as simple as this, whatever.
yes, but it's not, Commissioner Simmons, let me just say this. It's not as simple as putting up the names. You got to get the votes. And right now, the commission at the top of the meeting has issues with this because of the bylaw amendments. And
What are
even
the issues with the bylaws? Is it because
the number
commissioners have
of
said they
people
only
that
want 9 people,
the
no
number
more
of
than
people
9
that
people?
serve on the committee. Yes, that's an issue.
What is wrong with that? This isn't the ZZD
And
committee.
that is why we want to have a broader discussion at administrative meeting as opposed to tying all this into our current meeting. We just went through a contentious discussion on the task force. So we agreed at the top that we would try to move this to the admin meeting. I don't think we're going to get anywhere by having it tonight. So, and I asked Bruce to delay bylaws, and I'm asking you to delay race because I think that's the best thing for the commission and the community at this point. I really
Okay.
do.
Okay.
But you can sit on it. Let me go to Commissioner Fennessy and then Cal.
Yeah, thanks. Question. Given that the first was Labor Day, I mean, I know it's normally the third Tuesday of the month, but if you had it on the fourth Tuesday, if you had it on September 23rd, you could still have a September meeting. If we have the admin meeting next week, right?
Yeah. Who are you talking to me, Laura?
Well, and also to Corinthia's point about like the meeting would be on the 16th, right? Because the Monday was the first, so Tuesday was the second. So, then the third Tuesday would be the 16th. But what if for this month only, it was on the fourth Tuesday of the month? So then you wouldn't lose a whole nother month. You would lose a week, and people might have other commitments, but would that be allowed?
Yeah, you can change the date of the meeting. You just have to give the proper 7-day notice to the community.
So that might be an option if we do this admin meeting thing.
All right.
Well, just a point of order to Laura. We can't vote on anything in an admin meeting.
Right.
So we could talk about it.
Right.
On the 22nd, and they could meet on the 23rd, but we can't vote on stuff in an admin meeting.
Right.
But it still, look, your suggestion still solves the problem. Just cuts it pretty thin, right? I mean, one day, right?
Can I say something?
Nagy.
Thank you. I would note that there is still a raise committee, and there is actually nothing preventing the raise committee from meeting on its regular day and doing business. So don't feel pleased that you can't do the business that you're supposed to be doing on the raise committee because of this. I don't want that to be the reason that's put forward.
Okay, but
Cal?
So I have a different point of view, which is that I'd love to see all the candidates show up at the next raise meeting, because I've only seen one of them show up, And I don't know who the other five are. I don't know how well they would mesh with the group that exists. We've been together for a really long time. And not to say that we wouldn't welcome new members, we do. But one of the things that's clear, Lisa said this at a previous ANC meeting, or maybe it was an admin meeting, I don't remember, but that the idea is that committee members can have different points of view, but they must sort of, in some way, tacitly pledge to help further the work of the committee in a forward direction. And so I have no idea if these folks will do that because I haven't ever laid eyes on them or seen them work in a group setting or anything like that.
Just to
So
be,
I'd love to see them be at least one meeting um, before before they get chosen.
And let me just say on that, there's no litmus test. We talked about that. There's no litmus test. There's no pledges. Somebody doesn't have to pledge. We would hope that the committee members that want to self-nominate and that we eventually nominate have the commission or and I'm sorry, people, I'm getting very tired. Have the committee's mission at heart, and that is the mission that they want to support. But there's no litmus test to
Well,
that.
I'm not suggesting that we have that kind of a vetting process at all.
No, I just wanted to clarify because your words were kind of specific, and I just don't want it to get somebody to say, oh well, Cal said so and so. Okay, so let me go on. I think Mary Rouse.
Wait a minute, one more point, which is that at an admin meeting, the community cannot speak. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's generally correct.
Yeah, so that discussion that you have, we can witness, but we can't participate in it, which in the case of the committee means the committee can't participate in it. So that's all I just wanted to say, because it's a little, I don't know when we get to say, the existing members get to speak about this. Obviously not tonight.
but
Let me go to Mary Rouse.
Thank you. And thank you, Cal, for making that point. I object to the ANC moving the Raise Committee membership discussion to an administrative meeting where the public can't speak. I think you either have to have it tonight or reschedule it for another ANC meeting because it isn't fair. I got on this call in part because that was an agenda item that was supposed to happen at 7:45 or 8:15 or whenever it was. And, it's been a long night. And everything else under the sun got on there. I don't know why Corinthia wasn't on the call at the beginning, but maybe that's the reason why it wasn't held at that time. But I don't think it's fair to keep the community waiting on this matter. There's some people who feel very concerned about this Raise Committee, how it's previously operated, who its members are, and who these members are, there's special interests among these members, and they have tried to create, take actions in this community that have affected issues for people. And I think it's a very politically charged committee that could be conceivably doing wonderful work here. But I've seen them get derailed on issues that are not part of its charge. And so I'm very concerned, and I want to be able to participate in a discussion on it. And that's why I'm here tonight. One of the reasons I was here tonight. So I think you guys, in all fairness to this community, you either need to postpone it to another night or hold it now.
Thank you.
Another ANC meeting, as I said, not an administrative meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Gosselin.
yeah, just a couple of things. Look, I don't want to be harsh about this, but Cal, the ANC decides the membership of the Race Committee. And to Mary, we're mainly postponing the membership issue to the admin meeting to discuss the bylaw change. I assume, since we can't vote on anything in the admin meeting, we would have to vet and make the decision about the membership, new members for the Race Committee at our September 22nd meeting. And finally, yeah, these meetings run long. Lots of people including yourself, Mary, want to speak on important issues, and they do. And so these things run very long.
Commissioner Fennessy, then Nagy.
I actually just need to take down my hand. I'm sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Nagy.
Thank you. I actually will second what Peter said. I mean, it's the commission that decides the membership of any of its committees, including the Raise Committee. This is not about the Raise Committee. The bylaws are about all the committees. So thank you, Peter, for making that point. And Mary, I understand your concerns, and I think, people will take that under advisement.
Okay. Commissioners, what do we want to do? Commissioner Simmons, what's your?
I'm ready to go to bed so we can take this to another meeting. It's 10:30. I've been up since 4.
Yeah.
So we need
Can I
to
just set the meeting for next week, the date for next week before Corinthia?
Can we
has to
do
leave?
that through email? I gotta go through my calendar, and yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, no worries.
And let me just say that the discussion, just to address Mary's concern, no, Commissioner Simmons not being at the top of the meeting had nothing to do with the movement of the agenda item. She had a very legitimate reason. Okay. Thank you. And Commissioner Sherman, you're still okay with us taking the bylaws off the agenda and moving it to the administrative meeting?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right. So that brings us at, is there any commissioner announcements?
I'm hungry.
You and
It's
me.
not announcements, but we do need to get our budget approved.
Yes,
I
we discussed that
realized
commission business, Corinthia. I'm gonna discuss
commission
that.
business.
Yeah. So
Are you
now we
talking
are
about the administrative meeting?
Vote on.
well, the first thing on commission business is treasurer's report. So
Oh,
if you
okay.
use this part to talk about the budget.
Yeah. So I thought I sent out the budget on Thursday, but it was still in. Am I to go now or wait?
No, this is your agenda. This is your
Oh,
agenda.
okay. I thought I sent it out Thursday, but it was in my draft. So I sent out the meeting, the email that was in draft at 9:50. I was looking through my sent mail for it, and it was in draft, so I never sent it. But anyhow, I have a proposed budget for fiscal year 26, and I built that upon the fiscal year 25 approved budget. So in our 25 budget, we had 0 for personnel, so I carried that forward. In our 25 budget, we didn't have anything for office costs, direct office costs, because our office is at the community center. But I put $500 in there for that.
Okay.
Communication, I carried that forward at 15,000. If you look at the year to date, we had 17,000 for communication. That went over by $2,000 because we bought SurveyMonkey, we bought Go Vocal, we had all the different costs related to the Civic Core site. I hopefully don't foresee us going over budget again because we're not going to pay. I don't think we're going to pay for SurveyMonkey again. I don't think we're going to pay for Go Vocal again. I don't know if there's any annual costs associated with that. Office supplies, equipment, and printing, that was $10,000. Grants, I think last year we had over 15,000. We have barely spent 5,000, but I put that at 10,000. Local transportation, I kept that at 500, even though we didn't use anything. Purchase of service, I think that would probably just, if we get Louise back or something, I think we just budgeted 200. Bank charges 100. We're not really incurring any bank charges. And then other is just like a random catch-all. So like the trash pickers that I got, that will fall under other. So just any other items that's not covered under that. So I would like to move that we approve this fiscal year 26 proposed budget. And I don't know if this is how you guys did it last year, but we need to have a budget approved.
Commissioner Simmons, can I ask you, can
Yeah.
we delay, and I'm sorry to ask you this, but can we delay, because I want to really, you know, there's something on Go Vocal that I need to talk to Commissioner Goslin about. Can we discuss the admin or the proposed budget in the admin meeting? Because I don't think we have like all the information on some of the items proposed to vote on it tonight. Like, I don't know if Go Vocal is a repeated cost. Do we need to vote on this tonight?
I think we need to
Isn't it by October 1 that we need the budget?
give me 1 second. I don't have the deadline, but I thought it was we need to have it approved before then because it has to go into the system.
So we can approve it on 9/22.
Let me search my email right quick. Well,
Kent Base sent out that email.
I'm looking at an email from Camp Basie on August 4th, and it said, next steps, pass your individual FY26 budgets in September, ideally, or no later than the first meeting in October.
Oop.
Okay.
There we go.
And that was an August 4th email from Kent Base.
Okay. So can we
I'll send that out just so y'all have it at the top of the.
I have it. I just searched it. Yeah.
You got
Okay.
it?
So the 22nd.
Okay. Is that
Okay.
good that we can discuss? Because I think it would be a great discussion for our admin meeting. Because we need to like really look at this budget really closely, and there are definitely certain items in there. I think me and Peter are going to have to go back and check on the Go Vocal stuff.
Okay.
That'll give us time to do that.
Okay. And then for the admin meeting, can we add on that going back to a 7 p.m. start? This 6:30 is really killing me with working, getting home to work, getting my son fed. It's just not realistic.
It's hard for me too, and I got grown kiddo, and yeah, it's hard. So yes, and what I'll do, commissioners, is put out. I wanted to actually do it tonight, but I don't think I'm gonna make it. Put out the links for the September 22nd agenda and the admin meeting agenda, but we definitely have to have an admin meeting this agenda. So I'll get it started and send it out and kind of populate it with what we kind of talked about tonight. But we can add to that. Just make sure that everybody please keep an lookout for it, because we're going to have to, depending on what date, just remember whatever date, we can do this in email so we're not belaboring it. We got to have the 7-day notice to the community. We still have to notice it the 7 days. So it's going to be tight. So I promise you, I might stay up tonight and try to get it done, because it is going to be tight. And I want everybody to have input on it, because I think this admin meeting is going to be very important. And the agenda for September 22 is going to be really important, because we also haven't discussed our annual report. So we have a lot of business to take care of. Okay. Anything else under the treasurer's report, Commissioner Simmons? Okay, I take that.
No.
Okay. Anything else under commission business? Commissioner Nagy, you wanted the date for agenda, or an admin meeting. Are you good with?
I think we agreed that. Oh, sorry.
Are you
I
good
think
with?
One more time. You go first.
Are you good with trying to figure out that date in the email chain?
Sure.
Okay. Great.
No worries. And I'm also good with starting at 7 for the admin meeting if that's helpful in this case.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I would
Okay.
appreciate it too. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. It's 10:40. Thank you to the 20 some community members that are still on. We appreciate you hanging in there with us. I know this was a long meeting, but we had some good discussions and some really good outcomes. So thank you, and look out for post notifications on the upcoming admin meeting. You are definitely free to sit in on that. Thank you.
Right.
Good night, everybody.